Can, can I? Yeah. Oh, good morning. Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Beatriz, and all the participants. Well, today we're going to start this first ordinary session A, which has been organized to discuss economic development, growth regimes, and comparative development strategies. Well, the schedule says that the first participant is Beatriz Estolano Vieira, who is doctoral candidate in political economy at the University of Brazil, a master in regional economics from the State University of Londrina. She's going to present her article and also the other author is Luis Carlos Garcia de Magallanes. And well, she is gonna to present world regimes and public policy regimes, a literature review, and some preliminary results, right? Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Beatriz. And you have 20 minutes. Yeah, around 20 minutes. I'm gonna call you when you have 5 minutes left. Well,
Okay, I will share my screen now. And you can see my screen?
yeah, we can see.
Yeah.
Start.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to say sorry because I am at work now and maybe we will have some people passing and some noises, so I like to say sorry before. And my paper and Luis Carlos and Salvador is entitled Growth Regimes and the Fiscal Policy Debate from the Great Moderations to the Subprime Crisis and Behind. So the period from 80s to 2006 can be characterized as a period of relative macroeconomic stability, low inflation, and expansion of economic activity. And this period is known as the Great Moderations. The new macroeconomic consensus was found in this period, attributing a central role to monetary policy for the evolutions of economic activity and stabilizations of the economic cycle, while fiscal policies should be concerned only with the possibility of stabilizing government deficits. This negative view of the fiscal deficits and state actions was consolidated in the Washington Consensus. In the Latin America case, the Great Moderations was interpreted as the positive results of the applications of the policies of the Washington Consensus. And it is only during the subprime crisis that fiscal policy begin to be reassessed. Thus, this paper aims to analyze how to recover of fiscal policy was occurred in the academic debate and in the recommendations of the fiscal policy, in particular the repercussions on the recommendations of the international organizations such as the World Banking, the International Monetary Fund, and the ECLAC. Uh, During the Great Moderations, the policy markers introduce flex inflation target regimes in which inflation shocks are only removed by using the interest rate as the policy tool. This is the Friedman associations with the inflations. So fiscal discipline would ensure that national governments remain solvent, completing the inflation target regimes. That is, the fiscal policy and the monetary policy interact through the government's budget constraint and the interest rates. So the fiscal policy is in this period was saw um, as not something essential, since the basic hypothesis advocate was that expansionary fiscal contractions. It is that fiscal discipline, together with a more active monetary policy, would help maintain pricing stability, contributing to the economic growth of countries that adopt the fiscal austerity as their economic policy norm. In the Brazilian case, the effort to contain the actions of the states and the cutting of the public debts as a method policy to lose its status. So the new regime had a requirements such as privatizations and the adaptations of the public account respond to two types of concerns: to remove the risk of compromising the stability policy and to ensure the effectiveness of monetary policy,
Beatriz,
serving as an
Beatriz,
anchor.
Beatriz, sorry,
Oi,
Beatriz,
what?
uh, you, your connection failed for a minute. Can you repeat the information of this slide, the Brazilian case, please?
Okay, okay. So, in Brazil, the effort to contain the actions of the states and the cutting of the public debts as a meta-synthesis of economic policy caused fiscal policy to lose its status as instrument for accelerating growth. So this new regime had a requirement stabilizations, which required the adoptions of measures such as privatizations and the adjustments of the public spending. The consolidations of public accounts responds to two types of concerns. The first one is to remove the risk of composing the stability policy, and the second one is to ensure the effectiveness of monetary policy, serving as an anchor for the interest and exchange rate variables. However, the change in fiscal guidelines did not take into account the implications of public debt and the monetary market. These decisions to not touch the public debt markets and to continue remunerating financial liquid with our interest rates, Selic, has become one of the factors responding for sustaining the high level of interest rates in the country and hiring the management of fiscal policy, putting the stability of public debt in risk. So, this high expenditure on interest service and the need for sufficient high primary surplus to adjust public accounts and ensure the sustainability of the public debts ended up defining the increase in the tax burden, along with a low volume of public investments as characteristic of this process of adjustment in the Brazilian economy. So the result of this economic policy guideline was an economic crisis, followed by a slowdown in growth. This is because rapid and sustainable growth require higher investments, and higher real interest rates cause exchange rate appreciations, which inhibits private investments and reduce the fiscal space for public investments. And this caused big problems for the Brazilian case. So, in this scenario, it is necessary to reduce the real interest rate to accelerate growth in a sustainable way. And since 2008, due to the international subprime financial crisis, which hit the domestic private sectors, higher fiscal expenditures have proved to be particularly effective as a stabilization instrument. Also, because international and domestic liquidity constraints have become more generalized. Thus, in the subprime crisis, the arguments in favor of a restrictive fiscal policy clearly saw their limits with this outbreak of the crisis. And the return of advocacy for implementations of active fiscal policy interventions reflects the severity of the recessions and evidence in favor of its effectiveness. So, in this context, The adoption of expansionary monetary and fiscal policy was essential to combat the 2008 crisis. And in favor of active fiscal policy, Stockhammer and Onara argue that fiscal policy plays a prominent role in stabilizing income and the level of economic activity. So the role of monetary policy should to be support fiscal stimulus by avoiding interest rate hikes until the level of activity being recovered. One of the reasons that the monetary policy was stopped to use is because they reach a zero level. So change in monetary policy was not effective anymore, and this make the fiscal policy research as an effective instrument in this period. And Barbosa Filho lists the four main lessons of the Brazilian experience in the subprime crisis. The first one is that a comfortable level of international reserves, giving the government more policy alternative to combat the impacts of international crisis. The second one is that the existence of social protections mechanism helps countercyclical policy, and the traditional instruments of the developed states facilitate government actions. The third lesson is that heavy prudential regulations is also useful not only to prevent crises, but also to combat their effects. And finally, the last lesson is that swift and massive actions by the government, including fiscal stimulus measures, prevents the economy from entering a downwards spiral of recessions and deflations. So, after the subprime crisis, the main objects of fiscal policy became guarantee the economic growth and the sovereign markets. So, in this way, all economies will, with available capacity for revenues and expenditure adjustments, should allow automatic stabilizations to work, in addition to use discretionary public spending and fiscal consolidations. So the pressures that the people have with fiscal policy um, now is not so concerned, because if you have space for doing fiscal policy, you should do. So the most important change since 2008 has been that low interest rates and the adoptions of fiscal policy lead to fiscal multipliers well above one. And in before the subprime crisis, the international the the World Bank and the International Monetary Funds have fiscal multipliers less than one, and now the fiscal multipliers is well above one. So fiscal policy shows as an effective instrument. Thus, mainstream economic theory has not returned to the state of consensus of fiscal policy that prevents before 2008, and the emphasis on maintaining the credibility of monetary policy remains, but the main objective of the policy. But now these objects should coexist with discretionary fiscal stimulus and the balance of public accounts in the long run. And that is our paper, and I like to thank you all and take the opportunity for presents in this prestigious event. And I lead the our email, so you, if you have any questions or any feedback, you can send us with email. Thank you all.
Well, thank you, Beatriz. So, well, in order to make a brief summary of your presentation, I think for us, I mean, all the region, it's been really important for us, the public policy, uh, particularly on social expenditure and what that means for us in a society, very, very unequality and well, I don't know if someone has some question or reconnect. Well, maybe I have one. If I understand well, you said that um, between the monetary policy and public policy, there's a kind of order of priority between them. And you said that the public policy has becoming a kind of tool for economic growth, but in different way, as we have been see in Brazilian case, I think so. So my question is, uh, uh, taking your hypothesis and your information in the present and in the scenario that Brazil has been experienced, what is your critical point about the currently situation in Brazil and the change in the government, and how or what is um, the future in this context for Brazil?
Here in Brazil, we have the history of having high interest rates, but as in any economic, we have the states that when in the crisis, everybody's Keynesian. So when we have a critical scenario, we have to do fiscal, we have to adoptions the fiscal policy, and we have to make like increase the government expenditures and lower the tax. So I am a big fan of fiscal policy, and I believe that fiscal policy is the means of resolves the Brazilian situations because we have a monetary authority that is independent. So our only tool to resolve our problems is through fiscal policy. So and we have the history of high interest rates. So I believe that the increase the fiscal expenditure. Of course, we have space for this. It's good solutions for our economic problems.
Okay, thank you very much, Beatriz, for your participation. Oh, the next one, this result, I um, this effort I call or as we know, there's demand. And the third
We cannot hear.
sorry, high structural obstacles.
We, we are unable to hear, please.
Excuse me?
We are unable to hear anything.
You cannot hear me?
No.
Oh, I don't know if now you can't hear me.
Yeah, now I can.
Okay. Well, what I was saying is on the other side of the Atlantic, the Kaleskian findings throughout Noyola work became a pillar of this Latin American economic thought. Um, as we know, obviously, structuralism was led by ECLAC, the Commission, and among all this literature and the pioneers, structural heterogeneity was defined by Pinto, which we can, there's a lot of literature to try not only to define, but also to find a way to make empirical works about structural heterogeneity, but I choose, or everyone choose, I think so, the Simoli and Porcile definition, which is a variation in labor productivity within and across economy sectors. But well, according to Rodriguez and some other works, the heterogeneity is a reflect not only of the productive structure, but also to the occupational one. Well, this is like the same phenomenon, but expressing in different ways. Well, because of these similarities about labor market in general, we ask to what to extend these contributions or links between them. How does Kaleskian analytical perspective of economic development help to better understand this ECLAC's notion of structural heterogeneity? For us, in some way, Kaleskian contribution, in particular, this article, his seminal department model in this article, sheds light on some aspects of the dynamic of production and employment under the condition of this structural heterogeneity. Um, Obviously, the mark of Latin American thought. Well, this is a big picture of what I mean. First, we may know, or almost everyone know about this link between Kaleski and Eclac throughout Zunkel and Loyola to made this structural inflation theory of structural inflation. But in or thinking, we think that there's first a dual logic between them. First, Kaleki has this theory with two apartments, and Eclax has this central periphery logic. And on the other hand, they can be, they both are concerned about the structural unemployment and how can we fix this phenomenon in the region or in developing economies, at least. Well, first, at the first phase of structuralism version, uh, they put particular attention on the how the evolution of the dependency relationship wind the gap between the center and the periphery. In this phase, structural heterogeneity was manifesting in a significant technological disparities within and between industries, impacting labor productivity, investment trends, employment, and of course, income distribution. Also, Celso Furtado was maybe the first said that overcoming structural underemployment requires this diversify the economy's productive and trade structures. Then in this new era of structuralism, neo-structuralism version, was the main phenomenon was the persistence of a dual system within the global economy in order to attend this new political agenda in the region. So structural heterogeneity enters in a vicious circle that feeds itself and becoming the cause and consequence of underemployment. Well, on the other hand, the simple version of the model of Kaleski has, as I said before, these two apartments. In a simple way to see this theory, the apartment one produces capital goods and Kaleski equals this department one of the production with total investment in the economy. Then the apartment two produces consumer goods, and it's this production, it's equal to economy's total consumption. In this way, the consumption of the workers in department one, it's equal to the savings to the workers in apartment two. C1 equals to S2. And in this way, throughout a very productive work in this article, Kaleskian see the need to incorporate his theory of price formation into this model. That means distinguish between industrial and agricultural goods. Why? Because as maybe we know, there's a very important differences about demand changes. Industrial goods adjust to demand changes through quantity, and agricultural subsector demand shifts throughout price adjustment. So an increase in investment, that means in output of them, department one requires an increase in consumption of agricultural goods by workers in this first department. in this way, if the capacity of the agricultural subsector it's not enough, the increase in demand then will lead to a rise in prices. That means inflationary pressure. This is the general theory of the thought of Kaleski. And in his work, he start to study two scenarios. First, the first one, when investment increase, we have two possibilities between a high productivity or labor displacement. He highlight sorry. He highlight the productivity channel and says there's a optimal pattern as this side usually falls between these two extremes. The increase in industrial production should be based in both productivity and labor displacement. Well, so Kaleski emphasized the crucial role of this labor displacement alongside the need or a judgment of peace and income, who demand also industrial goods to alleviate structural underdevelopment. Well, the strategy, the main strategy entails enhancing the installed productivity capacity of the Department 1. This is the central argument that we highlight on this article. Because as we know, or may know, Kaleski has this investment key aspects between economies on the investment. First, a key problem in developed economy, it's not the expansion of fixed capital stock, but ensure an adequate level of effective demand. And on the other hand, in contrast, in developing economy, even if the entire fixed capital is fully utilized, a substantial portion of the labor force may involuntary unemployment. Well, this is a key aspect, but our conclusion, our main conclusion is Kaleki can if we rethinking about Kaleskian contribution in this matter, the dual economy optimal process highlights the limit of demand management to address this structural unemployment. In conclusion, Kaleskian simple two-sectoral model in this dual logic underscore the significance of addressing structural heterogeneity through the expansion of the stock of fixed capital by stimulating the internal market. So this is our big conclusion, and that's it. Thank you. Well, I don't know if there's any question about it. Yeah.
Very interesting. Thank you. I was wondering, the structuralist has an approach where the foreign trade is very central. Closer, okay. So it seems to me the structuralists have an approach where the foreign trade is very central. So I was wondering if a more complete connection of them would entail a modification of Kaleki's model to an open economy setting, if that would be something worth going to, I mean. And secondly, when you say about structural heterogeneity in the Kalekian setting, I also like very much this three departments model. If you see any relevant differences in this modernization theory setting of the 1950s or so, from the, say, Latin American case of the world economies today, where maybe the informal urban economy would be more relevant than this rural urban difference. Thank you.
Well, oh, thank you. Um, well, first, as already said, this is a very short part of our work. Um, Secondly, we call Galeskian structuralism because there's some other, efforts to bring Kaleski to structuralism, not today, but actually in the past decades. One case, maybe the most particular case, is Julio López Gallardo. Actually, this work is inspired in his contributions in this matter. And um, there's differences and similarities between these dual logic in these two theories, of course, but we cannot pretend to make them perfectly, compatible between them, because there is a logic, center periphery logic in Kaleski inside him, but if we try to make, a perfect compatible between them, it would be kind of weird because there's some very key aspects that Kaleski integrated in his general theory, that maybe the structuralist, it's not about that they don't have, but they don't matter because this is a general theory and development. Structuralism are worry about another thing, but what I tried and some others have been trying, it's to try to explain some phenomena like informal market, like underemployment also, that maybe Kaleski don't say like with these words, but maybe Kaleski can help us today to know how to, left behind. And this is the first part, but there's some other contribution of on Julio López Gallardo actually that can solve this, about how to bring Kaleski more in the present. Maybe I'm gonna make the same in some future articles, but this is only the first piece to show how Kaleski can have this bridge, this new bridge, not only throughout Noyola's version, but another version, the Julio Lopez version, or the Mexico's version, I think so. So, yeah. Okay, there's another question. It says, Kaleski mentioned the limit of the balance of payment possible of the expansion of the capital stock. Yeah, actually, that's very good question. Kaleski has this article on 60. I cannot remember the name, but it is a very short article that almost anyone, I don't know if anyone, but almost anyone knows that Kaleski talk about a relative a balance of payment or something like that. And he tried to tell us that there's a limit on, of course, the developing economies of the expansion on the balance of payment, but he don't go more like third world law or something like that, something more formal, but he has in his theory this proposition about the expansion of the capital stock. Well, I would like to say something about that, but it's the main core of the Kaleski theory about that the need of the expansion of the capital stock in developing economies. This is the difference between developing and developed economies, that we have as a developing economies a need to expand investment in two needs. The first one is the cycle of the demand, the normal cycle. And the second hand, it's the need to employ and to solve actually this structural underemployment. To see something about this question, you should go to the third chapter of the book of Jaime Ross, rethinking his one of his more complete books, and to see this review, I think so. So, well, that's it for my part. Thank you. Well, we're gonna go. If it's here. Well, it's her name. I don't know if I'm going to pronounce well. Arcana Rivastava, or his go. No, sorry, Raul Sen. It's Raul Sen and Somesh Mathur. Somesh
Yes,
Mathur is here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I had participated in the third SDMRG conference. This time, I am on the online mode, so pardon me, I couldn't make it this time. So I will be sharing my screen.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm going to present Rahul. He is a senior lecturer at the School of Economics of in Auckland University of Technology in New Zealand. He specialized in international trade policy and economic integration, and he's going to present us this article. Well, go ahead, Rahul.
Uh, Thank you so much. I am the second author. I am Somesh Kumar Mathur. I am at the Department of Economic Sciences, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, which is 450 kilometers south of New Delhi. Rahul Sen is the first author. He's a collaborator. He's the senior lecturer, Department of Economics and Finance, Auckland University of Technology. Uh, uh, Chair, I am going to present this paper. So, can you all hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. So the title is A Quantitative Assessment of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, IPEF, and Opting Out of the Trade Pillar, Evidence from the Global Economic Model. We have seen after COVID-19 and these geopolitical tensions, international trade and investments have suffered. So this paper dwells into the importance of international trade and investment in context of the Indo-Pacific economic framework, which is like an administrative arrangement among 14 nations, that is 7 ASEAN, 4 Quad members, that is Japan and India and the US. And then we have the three more, which is Korea, New Zealand, and Fiji. So we are talking about these mega framework. We have been reading about the importance of comprehensive and progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership, which is some sort of earlier it was TPP, it was US led, till US decided to move out of CPTPP or TPPP. It is CPTPP, and then Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which is a partnership among 15 nations, 10 ASEAN, and then another 5. And it is China led. So one was US led, another was China led. So the issue is that whether countries would like to join CPTPP or RCEP. In this paper, we have talked about another mega trade bloc, that is Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, which came into existence in 2022. And it has US and Australia, New Zealand, Fiji, India, Japan, Korea, and 7 ASEAN members covering over 40% of the global GDP. So IPEF has a strategic aim, embedding economic cooperation based on commitment around 4 pillars: free trade, supply chain, clean trade, and fair trade. India somehow has decided not to participate in the first pillar, which is a free trade pillar. So in this paper, we do the counterfactuals, we do the simulations using the global economic model called the GTAP, Global Trade Analysis Project. And we try to assess that what would have happened if India would have signed the trade pillar in addition to the supply chain, clean trade, and fair trade administrative arrangement. Please remember that CPTPP and RCEP are FTAs. IPF is not an FTA. It's an administrative arrangement. Maybe it is amalgamation due to military and strategic cooperation, but this paper does not go into the military part, because any relation has economics, has military, has diplomacy, has cultural. This only covers the counterfactual analysis, that is the economic part. Now, there have been very few papers which have gone into it. There's one ours which was published in EPW, Economic and Political Weekly, which went into the relevance of IPF for India only, And IPF seeks cooperation on trade involving digital economy, supply chain resilience, decarbonization, infrastructure, and labor measures, promoting the highest possible standards in these areas. These are some of the IPF export shares. You can see that India's topmost exports is to the United States, followed by UAE and China. Now, China is not part of IPEF. So you can see United States share is 18.11 and IPF total share is 33.34. And if you see the US exports to IPF members, the share is around 17.38. As trade shares among key members are low, a trade cost reduction within IPF may not be effective with superficial trade liberalization. If you look at the average tariffs among IPF members, it's only around 2%. India imposes tariffs of around 9 to 10% on IPF members, but IPF in return only imposes around 2% tariffs. So what we are trying to say is that if you only concentrate on lighter form of liberalization, that is only tariff liberalization, it would not make much impact, and that you would see in our results. So we do these simulations wherein we say that what happens if India is part of the IPF, which it is, and what would have happened if India and New Zealand are out of the IPEF. As far as methodology is concerned, we use the structural gravity model and use the procedure general equilibrium Poisson pseudo maximum likelihood model, because it does calibration and estimation all together for both the actual analysis, the actual data analysis and the counterfactuals. And then later on, we use the general equilibrium model, which is GTAP, which helps us to assess the deeper liberalization, which is talking about not only tariff and non-tariff liberalization, but also movement of the factors of production, including capital, plus something more, which is output-oriented technological progress in public utilities as a proxy for the clean technology. So we have, and then we also introduce global value chains in our GTAP simulations. So this is what we describe as our deeper liberalization. So as far as data is concerned, the analysis focuses on 27 countries in the Indo-Pacific region, considering regional trade agreements such as APTA, ASEAN, IPF, and the new name of NAFTA, which is USMCA. The data used pertain to the year 2021. So the simulation is done based on the PPML results for the year 2021, and also include internal trade data, which is coming from the WITS database. Further, for gravity estimates, we use panel data from 2000 through 2021, but not for counterfactuals, because it becomes unwieldy as soon as you do counterfactuals based on panel data. But I would be very happy if someone could suggest us how to go about doing counterfactuals using gravity model and panel data. So this is based on cross-sectional data for 2021. And also we need to work on square data, and data is extracted from several sources, such as WITS for trade, internal trade and tariff data. The variables like distance, contiguity, colony data comes from CPII London website. And so the theoretical literature, I will not go into much, because seminal work is done by Anderson and Wincoop, who use the structural gravity model, which looks like that the trade between INJ is directly proportional to the GDPs and inversely proportional to bilateral trade, but directly related to the exporter and importer's resistance term. So multilateral trade barriers tend to have an impact on trade between INJ. Higher the trade resistance between I and all other nations besides J, and higher the trade resistance of the importing country for all nations except I, higher the trade resistance, larger will be the trade between I and J. So this is the basic framework, meaning that if there is India, China, and Japan, if there is a strained relationship between India and China because of military skirmishes at the border, then India and US tend to come closer. That is what this model is talking about. So this is the starting point for our model, and then we use the general equilibrium procedure as suggested by Anderson, Larch, and Yotov. And that procedure is the GPPML. And we use both the gravity model and then later on the general equilibrium model. So these are the counterfactuals, that what happens if India is part of IPF and what happens if India is out of IPF? What happens if New Zealand is part of IPF? And what happens if it is out of IPF? Considering lighter liberalization and then deeper liberalization, not through gravity model, but through the GTAP model. So I would like to come straight, given the time, that I would like to come straight to the results. As far as the baseline PPML structural gravity results are concerned, this is the dependent variable is the trade happening among Indo-Pacific countries. That is, there are at least 46 nations in Indo-Pacific having $6 trillion US of trade. World trade may be around 44 trillion US dollars. This is the dependent variable. And you have all these independent variables. IPF dummy is positive but insignificant. Contiguity and common language, contiguity and common language and ln distance. Distance, higher the distance, lower the trade. And then something new comes up in the gravity model, which is a dummy which distinguishes between internal trade and international trade. So it seems that for IPEF nations, internal trade matters for trade happening among Indo-Pacific. And then there is size, which matters. And out of 27 Indo-Pacific countries being a part of IPF, does seem to positively increase trade by 36.3%, but the results are statistically insignificant. This is again a theoretical framework. You can find it in the paper, but we have gone beyond estimating a reduced form gravity model to estimating a series of equations, nonlinear. The first one is the gravity model, direct impact, then conditional impact. Head and Meyer call them modular impact, which talks about changes in the multilateral trade resistance term. And then something more, which is the factory gate prices or the product prices, which are inversely related to the multilateral trade resistance. And higher the factory prices, higher is the expenditure and incomes. So we go into the results part. Now, this is the first counterfactual results. India joins the IPF trade pillar, and see if only lighter liberalization is concerned. That is, only if IPF indulges in trade, only tariff liberalization and not non-tariff liberalization and movement of factors of production, and does not involve itself in GVC and does not adopt an industrial policy. Please see the factory gate prices become negative for India, and the welfare becomes slightly positive, but then the GDP reduces at the level of minus 6.80. And on the other hand, US is the major gainer if India is participating in IPEF. with the GDP change of 108.81%. So except for US and Japan, factory gate prices do not increase for key members. For India, clear evidence of trade diversion than creation, which you can see from the foreign exports change percent. Look at the other part, that is counterfactuals of India leaving IPF. And in this case, the GDP increases as opposed to the case when India is participating in the IPF. And we are only talking about tariff liberalization. Now, considering this, if we move to, and this is about New Zealand leaving the IPF trade pillar, and its GDP change is minus 51.7%. Clear evidence of trade diversion for New Zealand staying out of IPF trade pillar with IMR, OMR.
Three minutes?
Yes,
please?
both increasing and factory gate prices falling. Yes. And so then we do the simulation scenario, full IPF tariff liberalization, all except India, full IPF tariff liberalization, including India, full tariff plus deeper IPF liberalization, supply chain, NTBs, clean economy, excluding India, full tariff plus deeper IPF liberalization, supply chain, NTBs, clean economy, and India opting out of trade pillar. And the last is full tariff plus deeper IPF liberalization, supply chain, NTBs, clean economy, including India. So the first is only tariff liberalization, but this is GTAP model. Then IPF tariff liberalization, including India, and then the other scenarios. And here is my the last table that I have. These are the shocks that we have put. It's a matter of detail, what sort of shocks you have. So there is a shock to TMS, AMS, QESF, QE, AVARG, AOALL, accounting for all those four trade, all those four administrative arrangements. That is the trade pillar, that is the clean economy, the fair economy, and the GVC relationship. So please have a look at this. This will be my last slide. Look at India. For a scenario when India is out of IPEF, the welfare is higher than the case, which is the second case, when it is part of the IPEF. And then the third is when India is just out of IPEF and the other liberalize. Fourth and fifth is the one, the fourth is the one where everyone liberalizes. India is part of IPF but does not involve itself in the trade pillar. And the fifth is that it involves itself in the trade pillar. So clearly from this, it is evident that the best scenario for India is the one where it indulges, signs the trade pillar. Trade is important for India with the Indo-Pacific, with a gain of 82 billion US dollars, with a GDP growth of 4.03%, as compared to the other scenarios, wherein in the first two scenarios, it's only tariff liberalization. India is out of it, then India is part of it. Third, it is simply out. This, all IPF members gain the most with deeper liberalization that includes India. New Zealand or Australia doesn't seem to gain with a tariff liberalization. Only that includes India. Both benefit from deeper liberalization across all pillars. So that's about the key conclusions. The trade pillar focused on market access only and has limited gains for all IPF members, including India and New Zealand, with possibilities of trade diversion. Both structural gravity and CG analysis confirms this. Deeper liberalization involving other pillars has maximum gains for IPF members, including if all join the trade pillar. From India's perspective, being a part of all except trade pillar in IPF is still welfare enhancing and growth inducing and benefits Australia and New Zealand too. So these are some limitations of the GTAP model. We are going to put in some more assumptions, unemployment scenario. We're going to bring in France, Germany, and then nations from Latin America. We are going to update SAM in GTAP database to 2022 and compare the results. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Tomesh. Well, it was very good empirical development that you have here. Well, I have one very important question about your model or your simulation. If I understood well, you said that India and New Zealand, of course, throughout this trade liberalization pillar, for you, it is important to include, obviously, India and New Zealand in this trade liberalization or more liberalization, because it could be something good throughout the global value chain after COVID-19. My question is, what about the political aspects that, for example, US, Europe, and in some way Latin America has been trying to go to the other way? I mean, to do not diversify their supply, but to be or try to be more internal markets efforts after the experience of COVID-19. What is your position about this? And what is the position in India about this aspect after this experience on the supply, on the global chain? Well, I want to give you, if you want, maybe 1 minute to go further to your model, because I think you have a panel data that you made. And well, that's it. I don't know if someone has some other question to read or something. But well, go ahead.
All right. Thank you for that question. This structural gravity model is limited to an extent that most of the economic variables are part of the gravity model, although the extended gravity model may have some political variables in that. But this GTAP, for example, this general equilibrium model, we can talk about all these, say, the geopolitical tensions between Ukraine and Russia, the sanctions which have come, all that can be built up in the GTAP model. And we have been doing this work for long now. There is a book which is coming up from Rootley, precisely going into all these non-economic actors which become important. For example, even this, we can model the wars that has been happening, the geopolitical tensions through the GTAP model and its sectoral impact on the economies.
Well, we have a question. about what about the simulation scenarios of gravity model compared in Latin America? They want to know if you tried or having tried to apply.
Yes, the structural gravity model is the partial equilibrium model, which has been now started being used as something for general equilibrium results. And this requires a little bit of coding. And therefore, we used Python and Google Colab for doing these simulations, that what would have happened, say, if India is out of IPF. So it's all about those dummies that you have in your right side. So you flip and flop, 1 and 0, 1 and 0. And then you see the impact on host of variables. And then it can be done for any group of nations, that is Latin America. We have done GTAP simulations for Latin America. For example, we tried to answer the question that if RCEP wishes to add new member, should it come from Middle East, Latin America, or other regions? So first is Middle East, and then it is Latin America. And we include deeper liberalization measures. So gravity, yes, you can do it. It is little cumbersome exercise rather than GTAP, because there you're doing all these shocks, and then you're changing closures, meaning what is your endogenous and what is your exogenous variable. You're bringing in unemployment closures, but you can do it for Latin America. You can do it and for gravity model. But gravity model, as I said, is a structural, is a partial equilibrium model. And it may not include all political variables which are desired. And that can be done through GTAP.
Well, finally, I think for the region, but in Brazil, I think so, could be really important to see what happens with the trade between these two important countries, India and Brazil, but all the region and Brazil, or maybe the region and so many other countries in Asia. I know that there's so many aspects, political ones are the most important, but I think this tool that you have could be very, very productive.
Yes.
And
yes. Just
yeah.
I just remembered the paper that we presented last year in the same conference, third SDMRG. Now it has been published, and it is on G20 analysis, G20. And we find that Brazilians would gain the most out of this G20 liberalization. That's the result which is coming out of the general equilibrium analysis. It's now published also under SAGE. This is the paper that we presented last time, third SDMRG, physical mode.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Somesh. But well, I think that maybe you will present the next one also.
Yes, yes, I will.
Yes, but well, the fourth article for today, it is the last one. It's called The Impact of Input and Output Oriented Technological Progress with Structural Transformation in India, China, and Japan, a general equilibrium analysis. The authors, it's obviously Somesh Mathur, but also Alkanas Rivastava, associate professor at Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani, Hyderabad campus, Kanpur, Nagar, India. So, well, Somesh.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Okay, these are my two collaborators, Dr. Archana and Dr. Rachna. And I am Somesh from IIT Kanpur, which is 450 kilometers south of New Delhi. This paper again uses the GTAP model. And here we are talking about the impact of input and output oriented technological progress in India, China, and Japan. And with that, we will be talking about the structural transformation process. And structural transformation process is all about the shares of agriculture, manufacturing, and services in the GDP and total employment of the economy. So, as a starting point, we are talking about the Sustainable Development Goal, SDGs, which include a focus on structural transformation. So even SDGs are talking about structural transformation. This is goal 9, specifically aims to build resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. And this goal recognizes the importance of structural transformation in promoting sustainable development by investing in infrastructure, supporting industrialization, and encouraging innovation. So as a starting point, we use some econometrics wherein we have panel data among 140 nations on carbon emissions, that is CO2 emissions, and energy variables like oil, petroleum, natural gas, coal, electricity, and we have growth. So we wanted to study the interrelationship among these 3 broad variables. Sorry, pardon me. And we find that when you do this regression analysis, the carbon emission regression works fine. But when it comes to growth equations and you put all these right side variables as carbon emissions and energy variables, things start going wrong. So please see, and then that will be the justification for using our global trade analysis project, wherein we do some sort of a growth accounting and understand the impact of capital augmenting, energy augmenting, unskilled and skilled labor augmenting, land augmenting, and natural resource augmenting technological progress on growth and welfare of nations. So this is the exercise that we do. And then later on, we do the impact of total factor productivity growth on 3 sectors, that is manufacturing, agriculture, and services, and see that which sector seems to give us the higher growth across these 3 nations. So as a starting point, we have these non-parametric plots of carbon emissions, of GDP per capita growth, of relationship between carbon emissions and GDP per capita growth, and GDP per capita growth, and renewables. So, but this is a 2-dimensional figure. We have to move to the estimates. Please see the dependent variables carbon emissions, and on the right side is population rate of growth, the population, and all the energy variables: coal, diesel, electricity, gas, hydro, nuclear, kerosene, oil, and renewables. So please see, all variables tend to have a positive impact except hydro, nuclear, and renewables. They tend to have a negative impact on carbon emissions. These are the results that you get employing 140 nations panel data. This is a panel data exercise. All this is fine. As soon as you do the growth part, GDP per capita growth, and you put all these right side variables like population, carbon emissions, diesel, electricity, gas, kerosene, nuclear, oil, renewables, it's only, the signs are not clear, they're insignificant. Okay, population has a negative impact, but see, kerosene consumption has a positive impact, oil production has a negative impact. So things start going wrong if you have the growth equation misspecified. So the Solovian assumptions, that is the initial level of income, trade to GDP, then your rate of growth of population and other variables defining growth, the real economy variables are more important than carbon emissions and energy variables. This prompted us to move to GTAP. We also did it for 75th quintile results. So again, wind and solar energy are having a negative impact, and the variables come out to be insignificant if you only consider carbon emissions and energy variables on the right-hand side. Okay, renewables have a negative impact on carbon emissions and have a positive impact on the GDP per capita growth rate. So this prompted us to do the input-oriented technological progress, and then later output-oriented technological progress. And I will show you the results. I'll spend some time on the structural transformation process in India, China, and Japan. We all know that the share of services sector now in China also, in India and Japan, they are the highest contributors to the GDP, followed by manufacturing, followed by agriculture. Agriculture seems to give us results that the shares in employment and the shares in their GDP is the lowest. In India, it's a difficult situation because the share of agriculture is the lowest, but 50% of the workforce is still in the agricultural sector. So that's the issue which confronts India. China, on the other hand, since 1990, has been concentrating on 3 E's: electrical goods, engineering goods, and electronic goods. And that has led to a revolution in the sense that their share in world trade and in world GDP has gone beyond 10%, 13%. And they have been opening up since 1978. India started its reforms in 1991. Japan, on the other hand, 1 trillion economy in 1980, and it had a model wherein it fostered competition within its national economy, but it had higher tariff rates. It did not allow foreign competition, but it generated competition within the nation. And that has led to a situation where India is now a 3 trillion economy, China is the second, and Japan the fourth. And we are slowly catching up as far as the GDP is concerned. Not the per capita GDP. India's per capita GDP is still around $2,200. China, $10,500, and Japan is still higher as far as per capita income is concerned. So we have built the entire story in this. But what I want to focus is the the simulations that we have done. And let me also state that China's per capita growth rate, which was hovering around 6 to 7% for last 3 decades, has recently come down after COVID to 3%. And we have a reason for that also in our paper. So I am coming straight to the GTAP simulations that we did. And therefore, you would see a simulation scenario where the simulations in particular work out the welfare and growth impact of various input-oriented technological progress, along with proposing output-oriented technological progress in manufacturing, agriculture, and services sector. We differ the figures across manufacturing, agriculture, and services, and then we do a twist. We assume that what would have happened if TFP would have been same, or technological progress would have been same in manufacturing, agriculture, and services. Which sector would have given us the maximum growth rates? And earlier to that, we do the input-oriented technological progress, capital augmenting, unskilled labor augmenting technological progress, land augmenting, skill labor augmenting, and natural resource augmenting, and energy augmenting technological progress in both in all three, India, China, and Japan. And so please see the results. We use the GTAP methodology, which has been there for long. It's multi-regional, multi-sector model, wherein you have a set of nonlinear simultaneous equations and you give a shock to one of the variables, and then you try to decipher what will be the impact on the entire economy. And it works on the theme of circular economy. It's a matter of detail because it has so many equations. It has a production side, it has a consumption side, it has this equilibrium equations as well. So I'm not going into detail, but I want to straight away come to the results. That is input-oriented technological progress in India. We had capital augmenting technological progress of 2%, unskilled labor technological progress of 2%, land augmenting technological progress of 2%, skilled labor, natural resource augmenting technological progress of 2%. If you look at the India figures, the highest welfare and growth comes from capital augmenting, and this is the surprising result. The second is not skilled labor, it is not natural resource, it's not land, it's unskilled labor augmenting technological progress, which gives you the second highest welfare increase and growth rate across all nations. Even for China, you get the same results. Even for Japan, you see the same results. First is capital augmenting, then is unskilled labor, then is skilled labor, then it is natural resource, and last is land augmenting technological progress. So if you do this exercise for China, please see China's VGDP growth, if it is capital augmenting, is 2.95%, followed by unskilled labor, followed by skilled labor, followed by natural resource, and then followed by land augmenting technological progress. So this has been the trend in all the three nations. First capital augmenting, and then the surprising result that if you promote your unskilled labor, technological progress in unskilled labor, that gives you the second highest welfare and growth. And I'm sure that this is the result that you get across nations. So that this is something that we got here. Even for Japan, if you look at the same set of results that you're getting for capital augmenting, then unskilled labor, then skilled labor, then natural resource and land results. Further, If you do a TFP growth in India with output-oriented technological progress of 1% in agriculture and extraction, 1.5% in manufacturing, and 3% in services, see India's growth rate comes out to be 7.5%. That's the growth rate today in India. And you can see the share of QVA, value added, and one is quantity of output, another is quantity of value added. Please see the contribution of manufacturing in India. It turns out to be 1.45. But they say that India is a service-led growth economy. So we do another thing. We change the figure. We assume technological progress of 1% in agriculture and extraction, 2% in manufacturing, and 6% in services. Look at the growth rates which India can achieve, around 11.8%. Again, see the role of QVA and especially manufacturing, which is 2.55% for India. If you do the same set of results, but assume TFP growth of 2% across manufacturing, agriculture, and services, please see the QVA figure. Please see the VGTP growth figure, 8.36%. But see which sector is contributing the most. It is the manufacturing sector. So, okay, agreed that India's services sector is a service-led economy because TFP growth is the highest coming from services sector. But if you assume TFP to be 2%, all same across the three sector, it is the manufacturing sector which contributes the most. And I believe that the employment elasticity is the highest in the manufacturing sector. If you do a TFP growth of 2% in all sectors in China, you would achieve 20.45% growth rate in China using GTAP simulations. Now, exact GDP growth is 3% in China. That would mean that the TFP in China has been less than 1% in agriculture, manufacturing, and services. And most of the Chinese growth is due to factor accumulation. And if one believes in Krugman, then higher the factor accumulation, law of diminishing marginal returns follows, and therefore the growth rates would be lower. And that is the possibility even in India. Even in India, this can possibly happen, that the TFP growth will be lower and factor accumulation would be higher. And if you look at TFP growth in Japan with all sectors, TFP growth at 1.5%, Japan would grow at 6.06%. But in Japan, it's the services sector which would contribute the most, as with China.
2 minutes.
Yes. So these are my conclusions. So the present paper provides the simulation shocks in terms of input-oriented and output-oriented technological progress in various scenarios and analyze the question that if India's energy system is the most productive. Now, you didn't find any energy variable. Now, we do an exercise where you do energy-intensive technological progress, and that turns out to be the second after the capital augmenting technological progress, and unskilled labor comes out to be the third. But if you compare this figure across nations and regions, India's energy sector is the most productive of all, meaning that it may be possible that carbon emissions, because energy and carbon emissions are related, we would see higher carbon intensity in years to come. Because India's energy sector seems to be the most productive across all regions. Sorry. So these are some results that we have put. Um, so the UN COP conferences have laid less emphasis on the efficiency of the energy sector, along with the core issue of technological transfers for promoting productivity of the energy sector. Hence, climate finance should not only focus on limiting carbon emissions, but also on technological transfer for a more productive energy sector. So one needs to answer that by introducing, say, 4IR technologies in our traditional energy systems and electricity sector. What are the channels through which one is getting such results? And I already spelt out input-oriented technological progress results. So capital augmenting and unskilled labor augmenting technological progress seems to have a relatively higher impact on growth and welfare in all three nations in comparison with skilled labor, natural resource, and land augmenting technological progress. So, as I said, the surprising result is that this unskilled labor augmenting technological progress, that means if you introduce 4IR among unskilled labor, it tends to promote growth after capital augmenting technological progress. Even in Japan, we see the same results. For output-oriented technological progress in all three sectors in India, it shows that manufacturing sector. So our policy of Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is an India with domestic capabilities, promoting manufacturing sector is the key for future. It may be a service-led economy, but manufacturing is the one which has to be promoted through various industrial policies. So industrial policy should come to the table along with trade policy. That's happening in the US also. And in India, it has been since 2014, it has become quite important. Of a different nature, we contest that because that is production linked scheme, that is like a subsidy scheme, and that costs the exchequer, and subsidy has all these um, consumption or production distortions. So we also suggest industrial policy, but of a different nature, that is output oriented technological progress. So that's the story. This paper will emerge in our book from Rutley, which is called The Changing India's Trade Relation, Partial and General Equilibrium Analysis. So I will be very happy to share it for Professor Jose, and then we can go further.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your patience, listening, and
Yeah.
all the participants.
Yeah. Well, yeah, so much. Thank you. I have kind of two questions. These two presentation has so many things to discuss, but well, the first one, more than a question, I think it's maybe an observation about Brazil. Says in Brazil, study macroeconomic structural transformation. It's not a priority innovation, but the Brazil imposed power to carbon to capture carbon from the Amazonia. Yeah, that's maybe an observation, and that's another one. It says within the context of our presentation, how to encourage sustainable technological development oriented towards progress within an increase in the number of competitive industries in the market without harming the environment. That's the question.
Okay, I will answer with the second one because I work on general equilibrium. There is a variant of the general equilibrium model called GTAP energy environment variant, wherein you can study the impact of scaling up of activity and trade on carbon emissions. In case of India, trade is not responsible for scaling up of carbon emissions. It's the other factors. And in other factors, if you look at the energy, it's the petroleum and oil which is responsible. So as a strategy or as a policy for sustainable development, we have been suggesting that trade liberalization with carbon taxation can have sustainable growth and development all around. And India is going to adopt carbon taxation by 2026. And so the economies are, the Indian economy, we are trying to assess how much is the carbon emissions coming out of these different sectors. Who's more responsible? Is it the manufacturing or is it the services sector? And we take into account both production and consumption data. So this is ongoing work that we have been trying to do, but in context of ASEAN, India. When I was in Ecuador, then we used to talk about environmental goods, how to promote trade in environmental goods. So, but that has been 10 to 15 years back.
Thank you. Well, I want to ask you about your results of I know you've found.
Sorry, I cannot hear you. Sorry, I can. Yeah. Now
better?
it's come back. Yeah, it's come back.
Okay.
It's come back.
Yeah, my question was about the relationship that you found between the unskilled labor and I think almost the three countries and all the countries, and you said before that these three countries, India particularly, should increase this kind of work.
Yeah. Yes.
My question is, why? I mean, what is the link between to achieve a sustainable and more inclusive development in the context of to increase this unskilled labor, or what do you mean with unskilled labor?
Unskilled labor is defined as clerical level employment. And in India, because we are a nation with 1,400 million people, and the labor force is around 500 million people, out of that, only 45 million are in the public sector. The other is all private sector, most in the agricultural sector. So if you have to talk about, and so remember 500 and then 1,400 million people. So the rest, you have to think about them. You have to think about these. It's all about giving employment to people in India. So unskilled labor augmenting technological progress, meaning that you are empowering the unskilled labor with technology. That may be through 4IR technology or through other technological means. And that seems to promote growth in India and in China and in Japan. And I'm sure if I find the same, I'm sure I will find the same results for many of the nations in US also, and in, for example, in Latin America. maybe Brazil also. I'm yet to do it, but uh, uh, we we hope to do it.
Okay, well, thank you
Thank
one
you.
more time so much. Well, for today, this session, that's it. So thank you all for your time and your presentation and the results. So we finish. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, people. Now we will have one coffee break, and we will return to the next presentation. Minutes. 11:15. We are invited to the coffee break.
So, welcome and good morning, everyone. Let's begin this special session in tribute to Professor Mauro Boyanovsky. First, I wish to express my appreciation to the organizer for setting up this session. Congratulations, Professor Oreiro, and all the organizers. It is a mix of honor and sadness that I begin this special session. Mauro personally wasn't my professor, but I always feel like he's a student. That's why I know you'd like my pronunciation in English, because I know so close friends. In this session, you get not only to discuss ideas and share knowledge, but also to celebrate the life and career of a man who made significant contributions to academia. Professor Mauro Boyanovsky was a remarkable figure, international renown, and tireless dedication to advance of economic thought. Everyone knows that your career has been marked by a numerous achievements and publications that profound impact the field of economics. Today, you have the opportunity to hear endorsements and presentations from some of his colleagues and friends. We will share your experience and reflections on the impact of Professor Mauro Boyanovsky on their lives and careers. We all carry a piece of his legacy, and together we will pay tribute to a professor who will never be forgotten. I would like to begin this session inviting Professor Joaquim to take the floor. Professor, you have the word. Thank you.
So this is a tribute to Mauro. This is a tribute to Mauro or homage to Mauro. I'll start now reading. According to George Arbache, maybe it might not seem like it that Mauro was a sensitive guy. He was a lover of samba, street carnival, chorinho, and Brazilian. He lived in Brasilia by choice, as he had no shortage of invitations to move to many of the most prestigious universities in the States and Europe. Mauro's work was immense and intense and very influential. Mauro received the most important national and international awards, was considered by the Academy of the School of Economic Thought as one of the most brilliant authors of all time, held the most international positions in the area, and perhaps can be considered the most prestigious Brazilian economist and influence it had its respective area at an international level. Okay, I have to eat microphone. According to Calixte, internationally, Mauro Boyanovsky presided over a history of economic society between 2016 to 2017, a fact that he always commented on with great pride, in addition to the extensive list of recognitions, citations, and articles in all relevant journals in the area, the most difficult and varied themes and schools of economic thought. I hope that Professor Mauro's legacy for HPE continues. It will not be easy. His capacity for intellectual work was unique. He was publishing normally. All his articles have this characteristic: erudite, unmissable, and surprising, presenting the reader who makes the effort to read dense texts with a lot of research into primary sources, historical archives, and the deep economic analysis without theoretical preconceptions or of schools of thought. According to Joaquim, I have known Mauro since his master's degree at UNB. I remember that I taught thinking in the macro course. At this time, he was already known as a PhD. Afterwards, Mauro continued his training at the University of Cambridge, England. By happy chance, I found Mauro walking along the sidewalk. I was in the middle of the traffic and I did not even get out of the car to talk to him. I asked him if he wanted to come to UNB. He seemed to like the idea. A while later, I learned that he was preparing for a transfer from the University Federal Fluminense to UNB. We created a heterodox research group composed by Tulipan, Mario Poças, Maria de Lourdes Moro, Maria Luisa Falcão, me, and Mauro. In this group, we published 3 books in which Mauro participated in all of them. It's funny that I myself started producing economic history texts. Not that good. During this period, Mauro was preparing for his academic career. It is time to enumerate some aspects of his behavior that reinforces his discipline and application, as well as some funny oddities, like fear of using elevator, fear of crossing the bridge, Rio Niterói, hate noises from the apartment above, any distinct noise from his laptop. From his laptop, he would call me. Besides, he was not fond of computer and used it by necessity. He would call me to fix his laptop and fill the printer fluid. Mauro's successful research career began at UNB. Mauro would bring to me some of the new works to comment on. There was his work on economic development, where he brought the randomized experiments and development policy design, where Brazilian professor Leonardo Burstein of Chicago is a leading researcher. Leonardo was top student of mine. Another topic is about travel. There is a notorious research on Douglas North's visit to the Northeast that was very enlightening about his vision of economic development. Friedman's arrival in Brazil in the 1970s shed light on one of the leading economists of the time. Friedman wanted to understand indexation models and concluded that indexation was followed by inflation stability. Another interesting work was on the finance motive, which presents Simonson's vision. Mauro's academic production was intense. 80 published articles, 39 book chapters, 7 works published in conference, 23 works published in conference proceedings, and 7 awards. It's worth revisiting his analysis of 2 classic authors, Wicksell, Samuelson, and Lucas. Despite being a Walrasian, Wicksell soon began to introduce values. This part is most words that I try to change a little bit sometimes. Despite being a Walrasian, Wicksell soon began to introduce aggregated values. Você quer que eu engula? I think I have to swallow it. Despite being a Walrasian, Wicksell soon began to introduce aggregate values of consumption and investment. It was impossible to understand fluctuations in the economy using Laura's law apparatus. It was necessary to think about consumption and investment in aggregate to be able to understand the fluctuations. Wicksell goes on to formulate monetary theory as the study of the relationship between aggregate supply and its respective components, on the supply of consumer goods and capital goods on the one hand, and income spent and saved on the other. This is a preview of macroeconomics. According to Wicksell, if banks lend at a rate of interest below the natural rate, the economic equilibrium of the system is disturbed. If prices remain unchanged, entrepreneurs will, in the first instance, obtain a surplus profit over and above the real entrepreneur profit or wage. They will inevitably be induced to extend their business in order to exploit the favorable turn of events. This may be regarded as an early use of the representative agent notion. Indeed, Wicksell may have started the macroeconomic practice of imagining an economy producing a single good whose physical output and price are expressed as a single number. Samuelson and Lucas. Same are the bad guys. Samuelson and Lucas. Samuelson, as everyone knows, was the most important author of the century with his book, Foundations of Economic Analysis. The core of neoclassical economics was in this book. The theory was that market agents are guided by the motive of utility maximization, and market equilibrium is guaranteed by the presence of a Walrasian auctioneer. Note that this balance is static and micro-based, that the parameters are determined by maximization. Differently, macroeconomic dynamics are defined by non-micro-based differential equations in which the parameter values were restricted by the hypothesis of dynamic stability based on the correspondence principle. Basic separation between Samuelson, there is a basic separation between maximization and dynamic. It is from the criticism of Samuelson model that Lucas' contribution arises. The contribution of Lucas draws attention to the fact that the real side of the economy determines the existence of cycles. Supply shocks cause changes. It was not monetary shocks, but that caused changes in employment and output, that real shocks. Lucas, however, was not satisfied with the results and recognized that the models based on monetary shocks with fixed prices had good adherence to reality. In 2011, he commented that his 1972 paper was unsuccessful in providing a positive theory about Phillips curve observation. So we had what we call price stiffness, which seems to be central to the way the system works. I thought my 72 model was going to explain price stiffness, and it didn't. So we are still working on it. Somebody's working. Considering Wixel, Samuelson and Lucas, Mauro chose Wixel as his favorite, and I tend to agree.
Our thanks to Professor Joaquim for his great lecture about life and career of Professor Mauro Bojanovski. Now I give you the floor to Professor Porcili. Take the word.
Hello. Well, first of all, thank you to Jose Luis for the invitation. Really honored to be here, giving this tribute to the work and life of Mauro, and I'm particularly also happy of being in the same panel here with Joaquin, who is also a great economist and such a good friend of Mauro. I would say just a few words. I did not have the opportunity to work with Mauro, but I read his work, and in particular, I have been working for ECLAC in the last 13 years, and Mauro did very interesting work about the ideas of ECLAC, the evolution of certain ideas in the structuralist tradition that were very much read and respected and admired in ECLAC. I would say just two things about my experience in reading the work of Mauro. One is, of course, one learned a lot about the history of ideas, the genealogy of ideas, how these ideas evolved, are constructed, the debates that are associated with these ideas. But I would also emphasize that when one reads Mauro, one learns a lot about economic theory. It's not just the history of ideas, but I did feel that my understanding and somehow interest in economic theory was very much reinforced by the ideas and the discussion that Mauro presented. I will make a very short reference to this work, The Origins and Development of Latin American Structuralist Approach to the Balance of Payments. one very interesting thing is that how at the beginning of the evolution of Previch's ideas in particular, the conversation with people in the IMF was very fluid, and many feedbacks and interactions can be found that were very important in the evolution of the structuralist ideas. In this sense, Mauro somehow is telling us, look, how important is to have this open mind, to listen, to interact, to discuss between different theoretical approaches and different schools of thought, and how this helps in a significant way to develop, to improve, to refine the structuralist school. So this is something that impressed me very much. The other thing is the erudition of Mauro in managing and being able to take the essence of the debates in theory so well. I mean, it is difficult to be able to capture the essence of a debate in such a structured and a sophisticated way. So I will finish saying that perhaps one important tribute that we should continue to give to the work of Mauro is to have this open mind, to have this capacity to listen, to see the interactions, to see what we can learn from these debates. And the other is to recover as well, or to understand that our discussions today owe a lot to discussions that have been taken in the past, and that there are important lessons. I could just mention one. The discussion about the Dutch disease in the study he made in Venezuela, in the work that Celso Furtado did for Venezuela in the 50s. It's interesting. There is a lot to learn there from the current discussions about the role of the real exchange rate in development, for instance. There are some interesting insights there that could be helpful today. So look at the past also, because critical, interesting ideas can be found in this previous discussion. So I will stop here and thank you again very much for the invitation.
Thank you, Professor Porcili. We still have a few minutes before to end the session. So if anyone would like to speak, feel free. Please just introduce yourself, and I open for comments, appointments. So I need to conclude this session. Thank you all for your attention, and please. Yes, Professor, please.
Compare Mauro's appraisal of Lucas and Samuelson, you tend to agree that he preferred Wixel, and I prefer too. I think Macro owns Wixel, not Samuelson, not Lucas.
Please join me in a round of applause in honor of Professor Mauro Bojanowski. So now you have a new session, Professor In 10 minutes, you have a 12 minutes, we will have a new session. Professor Gabriel Porcili, it's a speaker. So please stay here and enjoy in this new lecture.
Morning. We start the second keynote lecture about the premature industrialization and climate change, what industrial policies can do. Before starting this session, I want to introduce you to Professor Gabriel Porsile. He is the director of the office in Montevideo of the Economic Commission for the Latin America and the Caribbean. Before he was the Economic Affairs Officer of the ECLAC and the former Professor of Economics at the Federal University of Paraná. After the presentation, we leave the floor to the Professor Marchetti for discussing the Gabriel. He is a professor of economics at the Pontificia Università Cattolica do Rio Grande do Sul, and he is the previous president of the Fondazo de Economía e Statistica, Siegfried Emanuel Eusir. Gabriel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you again to Jose Luis and the organizers of this seminar. My presentation will be about how we can look at the topics of environmental sustainability from the point of view of development, not just looking at problems of decoupling and decarbonization, but also trying to relate this to more general aspects of economic development. So this is the objective of the paper, discuss the interrelations between structural change, social inclusion, and climate change. Because the very definition of sustainable development is a kind of development which includes these three dimensions, the economic, social, and environmental dimensions. How can we put all these dimensions together in a simple analytical framework? And how out of this we can get some policy recommendations. This is the core or the basic objective of this paper. So as I mentioned, sustainable development is one which combines economic sustainability, which in a center-periphery system means that the rate of economic growth is consistent with equilibrium in current account, or at least with a constant ratio between the current account deficit and the GDP. We also define a social condition for sustainability, which is economic growth should be leading to the end of poverty, higher equality, and the reduction of poverty in a horizon which is consistent with the life, political stability alive in a democratic system. And finally, the environmental condition is that growth should protect the environment for future generations. Economic sustainability. I will define that a rate of growth is sustainable, can be stable in the long run, if this rate of growth respects the balance of payments constraint. So the equation that defines such rate of growth is the one you see, YT, which is the rate of growth consistent with external equilibrium, equals the income elasticity of exports divided by the income elasticity of imports times the rate of growth of the rest of the world. We could see this like a center-periphery model in which YT represents the periphery and YW represents the center. And convergence between the periphery and the center requires that the rate of growth of the periphery should be higher than the rate of growth of the center. That is YT higher than 1 AYAW, which in turn requires that the ratio between the income elasticity of exports and imports should be higher than unity. A more fundamental, in the sense that more theoretically grounded definition of the rate of growth consistent with external equilibrium is the other equation in which YT, the rate of growth consistent with the balance of payments constraint, equals the rate of growth of the center times the ultimate determinants of the income elasticity of exports and imports, which are the technology gap. We assume that the ratio between the income elasticities depends on the pattern of specialization, and the pattern of specialization is a function of the technology gap. And the technology gap, to a large extent, depends on policies. And this is one key message of this presentation, that the technological capabilities of the periphery are a function of absorptive capabilities, which is this A in the equation, which in turn reflects policies, institutions, industrial policy, what Christopher Freeman calls the technological infrastructure of a country. And also it depends on the real exchange rate, because non-price competitiveness may have an impact on the production structure too. This is an ongoing discussion, but I consider this as a potential determinant of the behavior of the pattern of specialization, even in the long run. The periphery clearly shows a pattern of specialization in which these income elasticities are relatively low, lower than 1, so we have divergence with respect to the center. And this, as I mentioned, has to do with technology and this technological backwardness of the periphery. The graph shows right? Yeah. In the graph, what you see, on, the one on the right, are the rates of growth of Latin America since the 50s to the to 2021. And you see the trend of this rate of growth, how it has been falling over the years, especially after the debt crisis of the 80s. On your right, what you see is the rate of growth per decade. So this is the decade of the 50s, the 70s, the 60s, the 90s. The rate of growth of each of these decades on the x-axis, and on the y-axis you see the volatility of this growth. Okay, this is the standard deviation of the rate of economic growth in every decade, and see how not only the trend goes falling, and you see that the rate of growth also in this graph are falling, because we move from higher rate of growth in the 50s to lower rate of growth in the 2000s, but also volatility increased a lot. I mean, growth has become lower and also more unstable, with more volatile. Okay, so this is an important stylized fact of Latin American economic growth. as I mentioned, the income elasticity ratio, the relationship between the income elasticity of exports and imports is related to the pattern of specialization and to the technological capabilities that the periphery commands, and which defines in what sectors the periphery is competitive or not. And this pattern of specialization has a close association with this income elasticity. And as you see, no, and the topic here in part is what happens with industry, you see that the income elasticity of exports of the manufacturing goods are in general higher than the one of the raw materials and agricultural products, especially those industrial sectors which are more technologically intensive, like machinery and transport equipment. This is another indicator of the technological intensity of exports. I use the classic Babbitt's typology, in which Keith Babbitt in the 80s produced very important typology of sectors in terms of technological content. And he defined the sectors that are science-based and specialized suppliers as the most technologically advanced. And in the graph, what you see is the evolution of these two sectors, the share of these two sectors in total exports in different regions. And you see how in Latin America, these sectors increased their participation, but not very much. On the other hand, you see how well the Asian countries did in the same period. That means specialization is not fate, it's not something that cannot be changed, but policies have an important role in redefining technological capabilities, and with the technological capabilities, the type of export, the sector in which we are competitive in the world economy. And this has a lot to do with our capacity to overcome the balance of payments constraint. Just two last indicators of these technological capabilities and its relation with economic growth. We use a work by Giovanni Dossi and Federico Riccio. They estimated two indicators: the Keynesian efficiency of the export structure, which is the share, is a weighted average in which you estimate the income elasticity of each sector, multiplies this income elasticity by the weight, the share of the sector in total exports. You make the summatory of all this, of all the exports, and get this Keynesian efficiency, which is at the end of the day a kind of average of the income elasticity of the whole structure of exports of the country. And they also estimated another indicator, which is the Schumpeterian efficiency, which is based on the share in total exports of those sectors that are intensive in patenting. So they use as an indicator of technological intensity patents in those sectors. And they also built an indicator of the presence of the importance of sectors that are intensive in patenting in total exports. So this can be seen as an imperfect, clearly is not an indicator of technological intensity, which can be considered without problems. It has many problems, but it's something that could help, along with other indicators, to have an idea of the type of specialization that Latin America and the periphery show. So, in the long, you know that Robert Lucas said, in the long run, Keynes is dead, but we are saying here that in the long run, Keynes and Schumpeter both are alive, and they are good friends. You know that in real life, Schumpeter hates Keynes. I think Keynes did not have any particular opinion about Schumpeter, but they were not really close. So, but in the long run, from a theoretical point of view, and in particular from understanding economic development, post-Keynesian economics and structuralist or Schumpeterian or evolutionary concerns on innovation and structural change are go hand in hand. What you see is in these two graphs is the following. Here you have the indicator I mentioned, which is Schumpeterian efficiency, and here Keynesian efficiency. And different regions, the size of the circle is the GDP per capita. And you see that Keynesian efficiency and Schumpeterian efficiency move together. They are along a positive association, or a positive line. We could draw here a positive line correlation, and advanced countries and countries with a high GDP, they have both high Keynesian and Schumpeterian efficiency. And also now if we look at the developing economies, we see again Keynesian and Schumpeterian efficiency are related, and the countries, no, in this case, the circle is the rate of growth of the country. And the countries that grew more rapidly are those that show both Keynesian and Schumpeterian efficiency. So there are associations between these two. Keynes and Schumpeter are both good friends at this point, and they can tell an interesting story about not only GDP per capita income, but also about economic growth and the pattern of development. And let me say something now, because I think is crucial for the for thinking development policy. Sometimes there is a discussion if the models are demand side, supply side. The model here has both a demand side, which is the income elasticities, and a supply side, so to say, which is the pattern of specialization. But the supply side is an evolutionary supply side. It's not that you can get technology from the shelves. It's not that you are optimizing. It's not that you can know perfectly what could happen with technical change, but it's Keynesian uncertainty. It's learning by doing. It's learning by interacting. It's tacitness in learning. So it's not the neoclassical world at all. Tacitness, you know that indeed what we know how to do is that the things that we do automatically, it's incorporated to us and come from experience. So I would like, for instance, to play soccer like Luis Suarez, and even if Luis Suarez writes a book explaining in detail how to play soccer, including biting the rivals. If I go to read the book, memorize the book, learn it by heart, and go to play football, I would say it's something that he learned in the experience. It's a knowledge that cannot be transmitted in a codified way. It depends on previous past, it depends on experience. This implies that if I want to change path, if I want to move towards new sectors, if I want to advance in structural change, I necessarily have to, will need policies, will need support, will need a strategic goal to do that, it will not come automatically. This is what I could uh, say like a micro foundations for the idea of the reproduction over time of technological asymmetry. Okay? So this is why policy is so important, why industrial policy and development policies are so important. This is a very simple representation of the story. Industrial policy, this is the rate of growth with external equilibrium. This is the rate of growth of the, of the center, which is exogenous. No? And this gives me the rate of growth consistent with the balance of payments constraint in the periphery. Structural change changes the elasticities. The elasticities represent the ratio of the two elasticities is the angular coefficient of this line. And if I advance in technical change, in absorptive capabilities, I will move the balance of payment constraint upwards. This would allow me to absorb more workers in the formal sector, in sectors with higher technological intensity. This is what is represented here, employment in formal sectors and the rate of growth of the periphery. And this would have a positive impact on the wage share, on real wages in the economy. So this is a story in which technical change, structural change, transforms the economy, changes the elasticity, the rate of growth with external sustainability increases, this rises the share of formal workers in the economy, and this has a positive effect on income distribution. This is the same story, but in this case I allow for the Silos-Lavini equation, in which the improvement in real wages leads to more technical change, towards labor saving, and this moves somehow the curve in a certain direction, because I'm assuming also that more educated and more people in the formal sector has a positive effect on technical change. This graph shows the current situation in Latin America. Well, the last data is for 2018, but basically we have almost 50% of our workforce in Latin America in the informal sector, and this is the difference in productivity between the formal and informal sector. If this is the average productivity of the economy, 100, you see that the formal sector is 180 and the informal sector 20. That is not the problem of Mexico. It's not that the workers in the automobile industry have very low productivity. It's not the problem. The problem is that most of the workforce in Mexico, right? Julian will not let me lie about this, is in sectors which indeed have very, very low productivity. This is data for the whole Latin America, which means basically data for Brazil and Argentina, Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, Colombia. Small countries really don't have are not very important. But look, this is also an important message that I'd like to give regarding social inclusion and social sustainability. Jose Antonio yesterday presented data showing that tax and transfers did not have a really strong impact on the Gini coefficient in Latin America. And I like very much this graph, which complements the graph of Jose Antonio yesterday. Basically, the way in which it is calculated is a bit more sophisticated, but basically, it shows the correlation between the income of the parents and the income of the children. And if we live in a world of equal opportunity, there should be no great correlation between my income and the income of my children, and the income of another person with a higher or lower income, and the income of their children. If all everybody has more or less equal opportunities, we would be, the correlation might exist, but it should not be too big. But you see that this is true for Finland, this is true for Denmark, for Belgium, for Norway, but not for any of the Latin American countries. So you may think I have a very high income because I'm pretty intelligent and I'm really a genius and I deserve all the money I get. But probably there are sources of inequality here that are not related to your capability, to your inner capabilities, but to some kind of unequal set of opportunities opened to all people in the camp. So, last, and I'm here with Julio and Chiara, who have been working with this for a very long time. I'm the real specialist on that. But we may also think, or we have to think growth to be compatible with some goals in terms of decoupling, in reducing emissions. So we basically estimated what we called a center-periphery environmental frontier, which is the rate of growth that the periphery could grow so that the world is consistent with a certain level of emissions. It's like we have a budget, a carbon budget. Part of the carbon budget is used by the center, and this carbon budget also changes with green innovation. So we would be able to grow at a higher rate, and this would be consistent with global climate objectives or goals, if the center grows less, but also if the center innovates very quickly in terms of green innovations, and this is the big term, we catch up technologically with the green innovations, we get closer to the international green technological frontier. Okay, so this is the condition for economic sustainability. I will show just this graph about the environment, and we'll move to some policy conclusions. This graph is very interesting because it shows the capita of different countries and the emissions per capita. And of course, rich countries emit a lot. So are the countries that really are responsible for the pollution. And this is the poor countries. This is the level of emissions which is consistent with not rising the temperature of the Earth above 1.5 Celsius degrees. And this is the line, the level of emissions per capita compatible with not rising the temperature of the Earth above 2 degrees. It is clear that if we are going to get the same GDP of the developed countries, which is a legitimate goal for developing economies, if we follow the same path, the planet will be destroyed. So some kind of transformation in the production and consumption patterns must occur so that we do not end in this dreadful box in which we will not have more planet to be left to our children. So now, how we measure all this? We did an exercise for Latin America. So what you will see is a discussion for the whole Latin America. There are numbers of a country that does not exist, that is the aggregate of Latin America. So we ask ourselves, what we need to have zero poverty in 2030? And we found that growth is not enough. We have to redistribute. The income redistribution is key. And what kind of redistribution? When you will say that Gabriel got crazy, it's a kind of vacuuming, it's a new, how I would say, a Prince Kropotkin, no? in Brazil. But it's not that bad. We assume that we take 3.5 points of the GDP from the richest people in Latin America and give it as a monetary transfer of one poverty line to the poorest people in Latin America. Is this too much? Well, if we do this, the Gini coefficient of Latin America moves towards the Gini coefficient of Uruguay, which is not so nice because the Gini coefficient in Uruguay is 0.42 or something like that. Denmark is 0.23 or 24. So we are not Denmark. We are a very unequal country, Uruguay. And what we are doing is to change the Gini coefficient of Latin America towards the Gini coefficient of Uruguay. If we do this, we need to eliminate poverty, a rate of growth of 4% per year, to create the formal employment that allows people to move out of poverty. Besides this income redistribution I mentioned. Okay, so we are in a situation in which social inclusion, the end of poverty in 2030, requires a rate of growth of 4%. This is 4%. But from our estimates of the income elasticity of exports and imports, economic sustainability is 2%. But if we grow at 2% without changing the innovation and the energy matrix, and we do not advance in green technological capabilities, the maximum we could grow is just 1%. And this 1% is calculated not from the world economy, but from the promises that we made in the national determined contributions. Okay, this 1% does not come from a global goal in terms of decoupling. Is the rate of growth, is the level of emissions, or the reduction of emissions we promise in Paris. No, it's our commitment. Nobody asked or obliged us to make this commitment. It's the commitment Latin America made after the Paris agreements, the so-called national determined contributions. This is the social sustainability curve. This is the curve that gives emissions, and this is the curve that gives the balance of payments constraint. So we need to grow at 4. We can grow with external equilibrium at 2, and we could grow, or we should not grow more than 1% for fulfilling our promises. So The, the challenge is to have the three rates of growth to be equal, and this requires redistribution, structural change to increase non-price competitiveness, increase technological capabilities, and hence move the rate of growth with external equilibrium to 4. And we also need to move this maximum rate of growth with environmental equilibrium to 4 through green innovation, through technological policy aimed at decarbonization. Okay, is that possible? Well, what ECLAC has asked for is a big push for sustainability. Camila Granco presented yesterday this idea in which you coordinate all these policies to see in an articulated way to move in the three directions at the same time. So this requires exploit strategic complementarities between policies and objectives. For instance, if we have more educated people, if we invest more in health, if we have income redistribution, people will be able to learn more, will be less fearful of innovation, we will have more social and political stability, and this helps innovation policies. This is something that is well known, for instance, in the small countries in Europe. Peter Evans has said that we should cultivate a Senian approach based on human capabilities in our developmentalist policies, in which these human capabilities have a synergy, have a positive effect on competitiveness, learning. There are strategic sectors that ECLAC had defined. The change in the energy matrix towards renewables is key. The topics of sustainable mobility. There was a meeting a few days ago here in ECLAC, Brasilia, about electric vehicles, smart cities, the digital economy. So we have a set of sectors in which technology, employment, and that are also environmental friendly. So the ability or the conditions for being able to implement these policies are not easy, are particularly complex. Well, you know that the world, the international system is not going in a good direction. More war, less concern with equality, less concern with the environment. But there are some general guidelines, like to have to build capabilities in the private, but also in the public sector. It's critical to have competences in the public sector. Exploit synergies between the various types of policies, have policies that are that reflects social agreements across political parties, so they can be kept through time, working. And I finish with mentioning two people. One is Osvaldo Zunkel, a great cepalista, who said that in the past we have policies that were state-centered, then began the policies that were market-centered, and now he says what we need are policies that use the markets within the strategic guidance of the state, and that the state should be transparent and be always under the vigilance of the civil society in a democratic system. This is not to have the state strategically defining the path, but the state should also be under democratic control. And Frei Beto, someone quoted Frei Beto recently, who said that we should save pessimism for better times. So thank you very much. There are some references there at the end of it.
Gabriel, for the interesting presentation. I leave the floor over for questions.
First, I'd like to thank the organizers. Luis is not here, but I'd like to thank them. He is the students. Last time that I saw Gabriel was like 10 years ago, a little bit more. To be here is wonderful to see Gabriel again. It's really nice. I really enjoyed the talk. As many questions from different perspectives. I will stay with what you just showed to us. That is very difficult to be able to link this environmental, social, and economic links, how you can grow to improve the life of the people without environmental consequences. I believe it is the quick question. One question that is a criticism at some time that from people from our leftist perspective usually does to Cepal, that it's possible to do that in a capitalist economy. What you are asking, everybody is asking. You have to do that. Otherwise, I don't know what the word here, but if you don't do that, you go to 3 degrees Celsius above the area. That is, from my perspective, is where we're going now. We are going to be close to 3 degrees Celsius. Because no, somebody from Nigeria, India, to live the same way that they're living now for the people in the United States to live as now. Then we have just 2 options. One option is to be able to do fast green technological change, very fast. And you have to do some kind of big push for allowing to people living in Nigeria, India, Bolivia, have the same quality of life than people in the United States. How to do that? I believe it was the big question. I finished the book that I told you that I just wrote, with raising this question, raising that you, from now on, with the environmental problems, you have to think backwardness, not as a national problem, but as an international problem. We have to change our mind. Otherwise, we don't know what to be our future. A question that is related to this is that if in the capitalist system to be able to give the answers that you need to live in a society that is democratic, sustainable, and with a good quality of life for everybody. Your paper raises this fundamental question, much more that for us as economists, or for social science are the important question. And you try to be optimist as always. I would say that it's difficult to be optimist. If you ask me, well, then you have to leave capitalism. No, I don't know, perhaps the cost to leave capitalism, to build a new way to organize production. We have a very high cost in terms of borders and kind of thing. Way as be optimist. Try to be optimist. The way that I've been optimist is think that the worst will happen. Then everything that occurs that is not the worst. To look at the things. But another thing you told about the Paris Agreement. I wrote a paper some years ago that was published in the Investigación Económica. That is what this paper shows is that developing countries depend that they say in the Paris Agreement that what they compromise will result in a much higher reduction in capital accumulation in the underdeveloped country than in the developed country. Developed countries should do much more. The United States and Europe, now they are financing the war in Ukraine. They should be financed the green revolution in the developing countries. And for this reason, I am not optimist. But you know, your question, the paper, I am curious to read the paper, not just see the presentation, and I hope to read real soon. I took another question, but if the end of the paper raises the most important questions, the economics, not so important as the question. Important social, economic, environmental. My question, let's hear the people from the floor.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to talk with Adalmir. Yes, it was a long time since we last met. So very happy to share with you this seminar. And the questions are very difficult. Have sustainable growth under capitalism. That I remember that Keynes wrote this article, The Economic Possibilities of Our Grandchildren. And indeed, instead of being climate change, we should be discussing poetry, theater, having a good life in the sense of more. Not so obsessed with productivity and growth, but perhaps discussing how to make life better for everyone in a more materialistic sense. So I my impression is that this is a big question, a big challenge. I believe we should listen more to paper of Keynes in the 30s and look less to accumulation and more to how improve many other dimensions of our life. But at the same time, I think that the moment and the reality make us discuss how we could really improve the material life of so many people that is below. We cannot escape from discussing growth in the periphery. It is true that the logic of capitalism is just accumulate capital. This is the first law of el valor. I don't know how you say in English. But it's true also that there are varieties of capitalism in a broader sense, not in the sense of Holy Hitch. That is not the same, the capitalism in say, Denmark than in Norway than in Uruguay. There are different institutional and political and political economy. And perhaps this paper and the discussion that ECLAC brings is more on how to go for a more civilized variety of capitalism in which care for the environment could be create this to allow people to leave the informal sector and move towards the sector. So my discussion in this sense is just constrained or restrained to this, yes, capitalism, but not any type of capitalism, but one in which certain objectives. The other question is, I think, that how to move in this direction. No, I'm terribly pessimistic also. I think that the world is moving exactly in the opposite direction. Climate change was really a topic a few years ago. It was not really a topic. It was becoming more present in the agenda, in the policy agenda. Now, I think that everybody's only concern is war. Top of the agenda now, and we are moving. But what also is a global problem, it's not something that we work out in the periphery. I do think that the only thing that is in our hands is to say there are ways to move forward. These are the possibilities that open for us. We can work if we somehow find a political pact that but I have to agree that stop here and
There are questions from the floor.
Well, since yesterday, I was thinking about one idea that I didn't realize before. Sometimes we think that innovation, it means like green capabilities or go through this green way, no? But I think the first idea that I was thinking, like, it is not this way, because in the same way that how to do this in a capitalism system. I think that not everything, but sometimes innovation that has to be green, and maybe inside of the machine to try to achieve sustainable development. We like think everything it has to be in this logic. But my question is, I was looking at the graph with the dots and the box at the bottom and at the top with the countries. It was really interesting. And my question is, so everyone says what we need to do as developing economies, but what the center has to do to help this worldwide interest to go through this, to go forward. I would think like, do they need to give income, or do they need to give this kind of income, as you said, inside in the economies, the developing economies, or they do need to admit that they are like, actually, you and Julio has this paper that you tell about uneven environmental growth or something, the ecological growth, where you said something like that, that the richest countries actually are like guilty, the other ones, the poor ones, or something like that, the uneven, are making guilty. I mean, your argument about uneven environmental, that literature, I mean. So that's my question. What do the center need to do to help the whole world, not just obviously developing economies, but the whole world, in order to achieve sustainable development?
Because sometimes I forget the question, but yes, I think that an interesting thing is, yeah, and it has to do with what extent the system is able or is not able to change. But center could help if they stop war and if they share technology and financing, because all this process of moving towards a greener and more inclusive economy implies heavy investments in green technologies and in social inclusion. And this implies problems in the fiscal side and in the external side. There will be an increasing gap between financial needs in the fiscal sector and in the financial sector. So they should not only support from the point of view of technological change, access to technology, to capabilities, not just to send machines but also to have domestic endogenous capability. So, and one may say, well, they will never do that. Well, I remember, you are very young, but in the 90s, everybody said, no, China, there is no alternative. Globalization is, now the economies are open and trade is open and the World Trade Organization will take care. Now we don't have World Trade Organization. We have industrial policies everywhere. We have trade restrictions everywhere, the fragmentation of growth. Why? Because the states decided that this would be the way they wanted to move. So this idea that the system has an inner logic that cannot change at any rate, I'm not so sure if I can buy this. So there is my point is that this can be changed. But of course, I understand that power, the distribution totally towards the wrong direction. But there is a role very important from the center to help move out to the developing economies, move out Just to say something very that I'm sure that Adamir will love is that the advance of the forces of production because many countries in
Alô, alô. Appreciate your definition of the development in the beginning of the lecture, including industrial, environment, development, and social policy. Combating social inequality is an important issue in all countries. Né? So I was impressed by the issue of inequity through generations, the transmissions of this inequity. And there's countries like Chile, Brazil, Peru, Panama, Ecuador, and Colombia are in this cycle. So, while European countries have left this cycle. Your slide, we can see the cycle of transmission of iniquity. Green and the countries of the Latin America are red. So, what are the main policies and the changes adopted by the countries analyzed that has changed the really reality of development to the detriment of other Latin America countries? So, do you analyze the difference or principal agendas of these countries that are green in your slide?
Microphones, but the question is why these countries manage to move towards egalitarian, I mean, distribution of opportunity. Yes, yeah, no, I got it, but I didn't get the question. How these countries more advanced? My impression, and it has a lot to do with the discussion with Adalmir and Julia, in the sense that there is a political economy variable. Why these countries produce the public goods that allowed the son of a poor person to have the same opportunities that the son or the daughter of rich person. There is public health, public education. There are a lot of public goods that are offered in these countries that are totally absent in our countries. We all know that in our cities, there are streets that look more like a frontier than a street. If you move in Montevideo beyond certain streets, the income per capita falls 40%, the rate of homicides increase. I mean, this is really the political economic problem in which an elite somehow which concentrates income, total disregard for the rest of the population. I will give a personal story about that. I studied in a public university in Uruguay, in a public school. I went to the primary and secondary school, all public. My brothers, I have two brothers, they all went to public schools. All our children, without exception, went to private schools. I'm the first, one generation and the situation of the public school deteriorated to such a way that we couldn't send our children if we had the possibility to pay a private school. So this is I think the one key part is an anecdote, but I think this. Thank you for the question.
Gabriel, for your presentation, and I think comment, no? Because the topic is very dynamic in the sense that room for different parts of it. Surely, there is a general view. Give some analytical instrument, kind of strategy that nowadays are in these three dimensions. Takes in consideration. But the problem is that we are not strict parameters. Macroeconomic level about these three goals that is important to three-dimension vision. Okay, and I think also that this kind of how is possible that the capitalism can work in this kind, but I think this is not a question. The main question is now create another kind of system. Possible to ties the neoliberalism that is more practical and answer, and because now and consider the capitalism 50, 60 years, the golden age, another kind, another word in terms of the relevance of the nature of finance, because now finance is an obstacle to the sustainability. That my question could be role of finance in this kind of models, and also that which is the role of finance. The other is about finance consider the Kenyan approach. I think is another interesting framework could be relevant. Innovation, not only green innovation, but also social innovation, and Kenyan approach, development approach offer this determinant, I think. High level of inequality means also that trends are all policies against sustainability.
I perfectly the student, and in any case, I couldn't give good answers to these questions. Sometimes I have difficulties to listen. This is it. But I get correctly your question to things finance. There is an important role played by financing all these big push, but clearly the way that the financial system works is against, in many ways. I will mention something. Indeed, financial globalization implied a big change in power, because there is a paper by Asimov and Robinson. It's a bit harsh, but they have a point. They say, well, look, this financial globalization, they are discussing the possibility of a coup in democracy. Look, with financial globalization, the probability of having a coup has fallen, because the capitalists now, they don't need to government fall, because they just put the money out of the country. And this at the same time makes the governments to be paying in terms of their policy space. Because if you move too much towards industrial policy, not what we can, let's move the money to other places. So there was a big redistribution of power against the project that, so some kind, I think Jose Antonio has mentioned this frequently, some kind of capital control, or if you like capital control, sometimes it's capital management technique. They give a very different sophisticated name. Unstable, destabilizing effects. Very hard to implement. Again, in the past, standard, on goods period, of course, really just to allow for the countries to have more policy space for pursuing a policy of student employment. This was the work. So something that could be done in this way. Social innovation, yes, I agree that the capitalist system is have a heterogeneity of growth path within this system, and social innovations should be part of the story. No? I only talk about income redistribution, but Athenian capability would imply state looking at other set of problems.
Thank you, Gabriel, for your presentation. I have just a short question. I think it's easy. So, you know that part of solution to increase the growth rate of Latin American countries involves structural change. My question is, how can we induce the change in the right directions? Because, of course, the goals is towards technology-intensive goods. So my question is, how you can do this?
I think that I think we know how. There are roadmaps to move in this area. ECLAC have one, the United Nations have one, Europe have one. The Germans have proposed, for instance, the transformation of the energy sector, which is very much in the same. My impression is that have a very pretty good idea of how to move, of what we need to do to move in this direction. The problem, I am totally convinced, is a problem of political economy. Economists played a very bad part. Who suppose that globalization and liberalization, and then we could just take the money from the rich and give to the poor. Externalities that may arise from. But indeed, once the guys have, they have also the political power. So I think that we are in a situation in which income and wealth is very much concentrated, where to an extent that makes it very difficult to move in the direction. So my impression is that it's not so much a problem of who and how we build the political alliance.
Yes.
I have a comment. Rise in labor productivity. Hours per day. Nowadays, people in England can work 36 hours. It was, and they live in a much better conditions. It was possible because increased labor productivity. But in the current technologies to raise labor productivity, as you show in your graph, you will increase greenhouse emissions. Seems in the present technological conditions to be a contradiction. That perhaps if the reason to make technical change was not profit, was another reason, maybe it would be possible to make technical change that you would reduce emissions if even if there was some kind of international agreement between countries. perhaps it would be possible to put, solar energy in Nigeria so that they can have better house, or even Brazil, or, And there are political problems that you spoke, but there's also technological questions on how you can make green technological change faster than now. Because sure, if you look at England, for example, in Europe, the emission of greenhouse per work is declined, but they were transferring production to China. China became the factor of the world. Now China wants to rule the world. It's allies do not want to do that. They want to be world. Then the war have this kind of demonic dispute. Right. And another problem is that the occidental world is ruling the world for 500 years. Open, they stop to run, they don't let China and the other countries close to China. The hegemonic country is out fight. I'm very pessimist. But I can say my house is prepared for the war. A small joke, it seems a joke, but a pessimist. But as you said, perhaps neoliberalism, neoliberalism is gone. Most of the country in Argentina is neoliberalism. Or in Latin America, in some way, in financial sector. But the problem is that come after neoliberalism can be worse than neoliberalism. It's an interesting time to live. When you look, when you make some questions are not good, you have to change how democracy will prevail, how you can do the better. Both, as you just said in your talk, why Dilma suffered her impeachment? Basically because of the income transference from capital to labor. Profit share declined. The profit rate of the rich people. The profit rate was declining because of the profit share was declining. Ricardo Menil, is a friend of mine. Are living in an interesting world. Problem is that not in the way that you want.
Something that we know since Thucydides, no? This is the curse. I think this is the name, La Maldición de Tucídides. When Sparta and Athens, the Peloponnesian War was explained by Thucydides because Athens was declining and Sparta, or the other way around, I cannot remember exactly now. So, and now everybody is speaking the Thucydides curse, of course, but if we know that this can happen, move forward so quickly and so or is the worst thing that happened to human beings. But we have to give to some hope. You will be drowned by climate change or destroyed by a nuclear war. So we have to try to say them hopeful. This is Gramscian sentence. The pessimism of intelligence and the optimism of hope. Italians probably know better.
Comments, questions? Fine.
Thank you, professors, for the discussions, interesting discussions about the development, especially in Latin America and in Brazil, applied to our reality. Very interesting. Now, we will have the time, lunchtime, until 16 o'clock. 16 o'clock, we will start the new lecture presentation, named Uncertainty and Chaos Behavior. Can scientific method be applied in non-ergodic world? Special section dialogues between economics and physics. We will hope you in this time. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Gabriel and
Alô?
Good afternoon to everyone. We can start this lecture. The title is Dialogues Between Economics and Physics, Uncertainty and Chaotic Behaviors. Can a scientific method be applied in a non-ergodic world, or economics in a real science? The speaker is Professor Tarcisio Marziano, sorry, for the Institute of Physics of this university. I'm very glad to present to you, and after the discussant will be José Luis Oreiro, that anyone. Oh, okay. You want to start? Oh, okay. You are the boss. Please.
Oh, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very provocative session on this workshop. My presentation is the title of the section, Uncertainty and Chaotic Behavior. Can scientific method be applied in a non-ergodic world? Let me start with John Maynard Keynes' quotes. John Maynard Keynes, born in 1883 and dead in 1946, replied to Roy Harrod's lecture, The Scope and Method in Economics, published in 1938, this way, Keynes' words: economics is a science of thinking in terms of models, joined to the art of choosing models which are relevant to the contemporary world. It is compelled to be this because, unlike the typical natural science, the material to which is applied is, in too many respects, not homogeneous through time. The object of a model is to segregate the semi-permanent or relative constant factors from those which are transitory or fluctuating, so as to develop a logical way of thinking about the later and of understanding the main sequences to which they give rise in particular cases. Good economists are scarce because the gift for using vigilant observation to choose good models, although it does not require a high specialized intellectual technique, appears to be a very rare one. In the second place, economics is essentially a moral and not a natural science. It is to say, it employs introspection and judgments of value. I also want to emphasize strongly the point about economics being a moral science. I mentioned before that it deals with introspection and with values. I might have added that it deals with motives, expectations, psychological uncertainties, or has to be constantly on guard against treating the material as constant and homogeneous in the same way that the material of other sciences is, in spite of its complexity, be constant and homogeneous. Well, so to discuss if economics is a science or not, as you can observe, Keynes think that economics is a moral science, not a natural science. We have to discuss what is precisely the scientific method. The scientific method is an empirical method for acquiring knowledge that characterizes the development of science since at least the 17th century. The scientific method involves careful observation coupled with rigorous skepticism, because cognitive assumptions can distort the interpretation of the observation. Scientific inquiry, including creating a hypothesis through inductive reasoning, testing it in experiments and statistical analysis, and adjusting or discarding that hypothesis based on the results. Although procedure vary from one field of inquiry to another, the underlying process is often similar. The process in the scientific method involves making conjectures, that is, hypothetical explanations, deriving predictions from the hypothesis as logical consequences, and then carry out experiments on empirical observation based on these predictions. A hypothesis is a conjecture based on knowledge obtained while seeking answers to the question. The hypothesis might be very specific, or it might be broad. Scientists then test hypotheses by conducting experiments or studies. A scientific hypothesis is a very important thing, must be falsifiable, implying that it's possible to identify a possible outcome of an experiment or observation that conflicts with predictions deduced from the hypothesis. Otherwise, okay. Well, in economics, how is the process of learning, of acquiring knowledge? There are two learning models in economics. The learning, just a moment. Better this way. The learning of economic theory has been carried out under two distinct models. The first one is the hard science model, is the model of physics. The student must immediately become acquainted with the current stage of the theory. The second model is the soft science. The student must become familiar with the classics of the past, even if to the detriment of the more recent developments of the theory. The two models reflect different conceptions about the evolution of economic theory. Underlying the hard science model is the idea of the frontier of knowledge. The student would not waste time with the classics of the past because all his eventual contributions have already been incorporated into the current state of the theory. Underlying the soft science model is the idea of historically dispersed knowledge in such a way that the student should dedicate himself to the classics because he would need to tread his own to the fundamental matrix of the theory. Okay. Okay. So, what is the concept of frontier of knowledge? This notion comes from exact sciences like physics. In this field, the important contributions of the past are incorporated into the present state of science. The rest consists of misconception of the past, which can be largely ignored without great loss from the point of view of the advancement of science. Learning makes place on the basis of textbooks. In this conception of science, the history of economic thought can be summed up in the historiography of economists' errors and anticipations. Errors when the doctrine that was presumed to be true in the past diverges from that which is part of the current state of theory. The past diverges from that which is part of the current state of theory, anticipations when it prefigures the border. The soft science model, the soft science model ignores the notion of frontier of knowledge. It assumes that the basic matrices of economic theory are of problematic reconciliation and are untranslatable into their original force. And this model have two basic assumptions. The first one is the assumption of problematic reconciliation. What is this assumption? The idea that the basic matrix of economic theory, because they structure comprehensive views of economic world, hardly admit mergers or synthesis. The second assumption is the assumption of non-translation. It is impossible to transcribe the basic matrix without the basic laws of understanding. For example, there would be no better way to understand the Marxist matrix, Adomir, without then through the reading of Capital in German. Okay? The learning of economic theory necessarily involves the study of the history of economic thought. Well, the next issue is how we in economics solve controversies. How is the dispute resolution? The existence or not of a frontier of knowledge depends on the way in which disputes are resolved. Implicit in the notion of the frontier of thought is the notion of positive overcoming of controversies. By positive overcoming, we mean that the resolution of controversies brings out their truth, and that this truth is accepted by all participants in the controversy and is incorporated into the current state of science. Positive overcoming, however, is the exception, not the rule in economic theory. There are a lot of examples of controversies that are only partially resolved in the sense that their resolution did not generate consensus responses among all participants. There are controversies that end up to fatigue or lack of interest on the part of the participants. For instance, the famous Keynes and the Classics debate from 1937 to 1939 is exactly an example of a controversy that ends because both sides are tired to try to convince the other that the other part is wrong. Sometimes the controversies ends without generating an ambiguous truth. Other controversies change their meaning when resolved. Finally, opposing doctrines coexist for very long periods of time. As we can see, I show two examples of the cyclical path of ideas in economics. In the 70s, Robert Lucas and the neoclassical economists said that John Maynard Keynes is dead. Macroeconomics is dead. I saw personally, myself, Robert Lucas at the meeting of Ampeki in Florianopolis, 1994, whose lecture was named The End of Macroeconomics. The macroeconomics was created by Keynes. So in 1994, Lucas can shout to the world that macroeconomics is dead, Keynes is dead, now we have another story. Well, after the 2008 financial crisis, Lord Skidelsky, which is the greatest biographer of John Maynard Keynes, wrote a book in 2009 named Keynes, The Return of the Master. It looks like to Star Wars, you know, The Return of Jedi. But this one of John Itwell, which is also a Lord, and Murray, well, one of the good things to be an English Keynesian economist, English is important, is that you have a good chance to become a Lord, okay? But Skidelsky is a Lord, John Itwell is a Lord, both of them barons. But John Whitwell and Murray Milgate wrote this book in 2011 called The Fall and Rise of Keynesian Economics. You see, on the hardcover is the resurrection of Jesus Christ on the cover. So we in economics had this phenomenon of resurrection of dead thinkers, time to time. Okay. Well, now the second part of my speech. No-ergodic environment, uncertainty, and learning in economics. In the mainstream view of economics as a science, economic observations are postulated to be part of time series realizations generated by stochastic process, which are assumed to be ergodic. The Nobel Samuelson has made the acceptance of the so-called ergodic hypothesis the sine qua non of the scientific method in economics. Consequently, the orthodox concept of scientific economic knowledge about the future relationship among observable economic variables is defined in terms of probability distribution functions and statistical average generated by ergodic process. All stochastic process generates time series data, which is called the realization of the stochastic process, which can be used to form average. This average, for instance, mean, standard deviation, so on and so forth, form the basis of empirical knowledge about our past and the current real-world relationship. Time average refer to average calculated from a single realization over any period of calendar time. Space averages, on the other hand, are statistical averages formed from a universe of realizations observed at a fixed point of time, estimates from cross-sectional data, for instance. If the stochastic process which generates the realization is ergodic, for infinite realizations, the space average and the time average will coincide. For finite realizations, the calculated space and time average may differ owing to sampling error, but they will tend to converge with probability of equals to 1 as the number of observations increase. In the case of ergodic process, therefore, the probability distribution of the relevant variables calculated from any past realization tends to converge with the probability function governing the current events and with the probability functions that will govern future economic outcomes. What is the implications of such kind of assumptions? In economic world, governed entirely by ergodic process, economic relationships among variables are timeless, historic in the sense that the future is merely a statistical reflection of the past. The historical dates when the observations are collected does not affect the estimates of the statistical averages. The accumulation of past evidence regarding economic outcomes allows the calculation of statistical average, which can then be used to make statistically reliable statements regarding the mathematical risk or probability of events occurring in the future. In other words, in an ergodic environment, knowledge about the future involves the projecting of statistical average based on past and or current realizations to forthcoming events. In a stochastic world, therefore, uncertainty is defined in terms of the existence of non-ergodic process. More generally, in a world where economic observations need not to be generated by any stochastic process, uncertainty about future relationships can be defined in terms of the absence of governing ergodic process. If economic observations are generated in non-ergodic circumstances, then the calculation of either time and or space average based on past data cannot be expected to provide a statistically reliable estimate of either, one, the current space average, or two, any time or space average that will be observed over future calendar time. Nor can any currently estimated space average provide reliable estimates of future time or space averages. In other words, in a non-ergodic environment, past observations do not produce knowledge regarding current and or future events, while current observation of events provides no statistically credible estimate of future time and or space average. In the real world, some economic process may be ergodic, at least for short periods of time, while others are not. The problem faced every economic decision maker is to determine whether, one, the phenomena involved is currently being governed by the distribution functions, which are sufficiently time invariant to be presumed ergodic, or at least for the relevant future, or non-ergodic circumstances are involved. If therefore follows that in a non-ergodic world, the future is uncertain in the sense that history and current events cannot provide a reliable statistical guide to knowledge about future outcomes, in a non-ergodic environment, people do not know what is going to happen and know that they do not know just what is going to happen as in history. This quote is from the Nobel laureate John Hicks from his book 1977. Well, what does this stuff have to be with decision, actual decision made by actual people? Well, here is important to define the concept of crucial decision. A crucial decision is a decision that once is taken, change in a non-reversible way the original environment in which the decision maker had taken it, making the repetition of the decision impossible or highly costly. Some examples: investment in capital assets, research and development expenditures, marriage, the Battle of Waterloo. That was the preferred example of George Chakal. When George Chakal was the economist that defined the concept of crucial decision. For Chakal, the Battle of Waterloo was a crucial decision, because if Bonaparte had won the Battle of Waterloo, the Battle of Waterloo need not to be repeated. But if he lost, as it did, the Battle of Waterloo cannot be repeated. So that's a crucial decision. You just make once in time, okay? Well, crucial decisions are important because they generate path dependence. Path dependence is a concept in the social sciences referring to processes where past events or decisions constrain later events or decisions. It can be used to refer to outcomes in a single point in time or to the long-run equilibria of a process. Path dependence has been used to describe institutions, technical standards, patterns of economic or social development, organization behavior, and more. In common usage, the phrase can imply two types of claims. The first, which is the broad concept of path dependence, that history matters. This means is often articulated to challenge explanations that pay insufficient attention to historical factors. This claim can be formulated simply as the future development of an economic system is affected by the path that it has traced into the past, or particular events in the past can be crucial effects in the future. For example, what would happen if Hitler was killed in 1944? Or in the attempt of 1938, There is a man that tried to kill Hitler in Munich by bombing 1938. The world can be completely different. Okay? Well, the second is a more specific claim about how past events or decisions affect future events or decisions in significant or disproportionate ways through mechanisms such as increasing returns, positive feedback effects, or other mechanisms. For economic modeling, path dependence means that learning is impossible. That's very important. If you have path dependence, learning is impossible because the decision environment is changing continuously through time, making impossible for decision maker or even the economist to learn the true model of the economy and thus avoid errors. And this has very important implications for rational expectations, which are the basis of the dynamic stochastic general equilibrium models, are not good assumptions regarding decision-making behavior. Well, now it's the most funny part. Well, as all you know, in 2008, we had the greatest economic crisis of history since the Great Depression of 1929. And one person that I have a profound admiration, which is Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, make the $1 million question. She basically was visiting the London School of Economics, the temple of the mainstream economics in Europe. And after some explanations of the professors to the Queen, which was not economist, but a very smart woman, said, "Why did no one see it coming?" That was the question Queen Elizabeth famously posed economists in November 2008, just 6 weeks into the biggest financial crisis in history. On that occasion, there is no obvious answer. The world's leading central bank had spent the previous 2 decades focusing on low inflation, neglecting the risks to financial stability. Now let me present this video of the Queen Elizabeth. It's very fast.
Mas eu não tá. Ah, olha só.
Anybody who is in debt, anybody who really is struggling, they would ask the same questions. It just so happens it was the Queen at the Bank of England. She had a captive audience in the very people that run the economy. So why not ask the questions?
In this case, the questions have resulted in a statement from the Financial Services Authority, in which they say, "We've widely acknowledged that the regulatory approach before the financial crisis in 2008 was flawed and has since been completely changed. Parliament is now awaiting royal assent for the Financial Services Bill." Like it or not, the Queen isn't just about handshakes and bouquets. What she says carries a lot of value. How much of an impact these comments will have is the £1,000,000 question. Harrison, Sky News.
Okay, after the Queen's question for economists, I think that's very clear that if economics is a science, it's not a hard science. I think that is very clear. So I'm now using an article that Bresser Pereira wrote in 2012 as a lecture to the annual meeting of the Association for Evolutionary Economics, that receiving the James Street Scholar for 2012. And the name of the paper is "Why Should Economics Be a Modest and Reasonable Science?" Economics, or political economy, as it was its previous name, is a major social science because it has its object, something that is central to human life. The economic system, how people organize labor and production, and how they allocate income. In other words, because men and women dedicate a large part of their existence to work and make a living in a market-coordinated economic system that economics seeks to understand and explain. Yet economics should be a modest science because, as with all other social sciences, its best models, the models that really make sense, are simple and open, or because its predictive power is limited insofar as, thanks God, men and women continue to be free individuals making choices under uncertainty and according to criteria that are not constant through time. Consequently, economists or policymakers should also be modest and reasonable. They must acknowledge that they have a limited capacity to predict the future. Well, but that is not the case for the mainstream or neoclassical economists. That is the problem of the arrogance of neoclassical economics. What is neoclassical economics? Neoclassical economics is essentially the general equilibrium model, rational expectations, macroeconomics, rational expectation macroeconomics, neoclassical growth models, and the theory of efficient financial markets. Is highly abstract and general, but the trade-off was not just between generality and the capacity to deal with a complex and changing historical reality. This kind of cost can always be managed by eliminating simplifying assumptions. The real trade-off was between generality and science. The outcome was not scientific models, because neoclassical economists adopt inappropriate scientific method. Instead of doing what natural and social scientists are supposed to do, mainly to look for regularities and tendencies in the substantive object of study, in the case of economics, is the economic system, and to generalize them, neoclassical economists sought it in their armchairs and deduced the whole neoclassical model from the assumption of home economic goods and the law of the diminishing returns. This methodological choice, the decision to use the development of a substantive science as economics, is a method that is not suited but to the methodological sciences, sciences that have no object but are innate to thinking, leads to the construction of an essentially mistaken body of knowledge of an ideological system without predictive power, but with poison consequences, allowing for the assumption of policies and non-policies that just increase inequality and exacerbate the financial instability of economic systems. To the extent that the hypothetical deductive method allows for the building of a precise or mathematical science, its practitioners become arrogant, owners of a pure and fully rational science based on the mathematical concept of optimization of Pareto optimality. The more they believe that human beings or economic agents are rational, the more arrogant their economics will be, because the stronger will be their claim to precision, because the more certain of the truthness of their claims. truthfulness whose criterion is not correspondence to reality, the correct criterion for substantive science, but logical consistency, which is the correct criterion for the methodological or adjective sciences. Economics wants to be the queen of social sciences, if not a natural science, because it largely uses mathematics to express its models. Absurdly, for many of its practitioners, models are scientific only when they are formalized, when they are expressed in mathematical terms. Insofar as they use a hypothetical deductive method, they use axioms to deduce the theory is mathematically friendly, but is not science friendly, because the deductions that it derives from the assumptions of full rationality are intrinsically and necessarily wrong. Friedman, written in 1953, is wrong when he says that we may treat the behavior axioms as if they are true because the predictions derived from scientific method will be correct. On the contrary, predictions are most of time wrong. They lead to major policy errors and cause major harms. They may be true, but only by accident. Well, as final remarks, in conclusion, a science based on regularities and tendencies is always loose because economic agents are not always rational, because they face basic uncertainty in decision-making, because conventions are institution condition behavior, and because economic events are non-ergodic, which precludes regularity and prevision. The consequence is that economics must be a modest science, a reasonable science, and a pragmatic science. A modest science because its models are not micro-funded mathematical castles in the air, but simple relations that must be permanently checked against reality, a reality whose structure and institutions are permanently changing, and because generalizations are always provisional, as uncertain as economic behavior. A reasonable science because men and women are reasonable beings, not purely rational ones. And the pragmatic science because growth and financial stability are major political objectives of modern democratic societies, and because economics are supposed to make sensible diagnosis of economic and financial problems and to offer reasonably effective policy recommendations to deal with them. Thank you.
Luis, then.
Thank you for inviting me again to participate in this meeting. As with the economics, different field from mine. I'm a physicist. The real world problems. Interest. And I will try to continue the discussion of that I initiated here, brilliantly, raising some interesting questions when we try to define what is science and try to raise some surpluses related to the term. So the effect of science, the world around us, I will show the economic growth through history, mainly measured by GDP. Here I show you estimates of the GDP per capita from 1 giga years previous to now, which is a million years in the past, till the year 2000. The source is given just below this paper, how he explained how he did these estimates. And we see that essentially up to like 10,000 years before Common Era, the GDP was practically constant. Interaction of man with nature and how he produces some kind of wealth was essentially the same for everyone during all this time. But in 10,000 what happened was essentially the beginning of agriculture, which we can say was the first major technological revolution for humankind. And it caused an increase of population and an increase of wealth production. And then we have some more or less stable regime with fluctuations, which can probably be interpreted as the rise and fall of different empires, political structures of the time, and no significant change occur till the 17th century. You see the GDP per capita, it oscillates like between is the less to a little more than $100 per capita during this period. In 1990, international dollars. But then, in the 17th century, which is when the scientific revolution began, so I showed there the year when Galileo died and Newton was born in 1642, the same year. And later, in 1776, the introduction of the first efficient steam engine by James Watt. That's why we call unit of energy until today as the watt, the same guy. And from the 17th century on, we have a very rapid, almost exponential increase of GDP and a lesser increase in more recent times. Shows the importance of knowing and controlling the world in a reproducible manner. So Watt did his machine, every time he needed it to work, it worked, as predicted. I will return to this point. Here we have the GDP per capita for England. Up to 1700, it was for just England, from this year on for Great Britain. And we see that it was more or less constant up to the 17th century. Then I marked also the same year when Galileo died and Newton was born, 1642. And later we see practically an exponential growth until last year. And this graphic is 2016, which is a very impressive rapid rate when we compare to the whole time scale of humanity and those that came a little before us. The control of science changed the world around us, and it also can be reflected in life expectancy, which is reflects the quality of life, which is also important. And here we have some data about life expectancy for a few countries since the 16th century. We have more data for the UK in this case, but we have for Japan, South Korea, the whole world, India, Ethiopia, and South Africa, different countries. For all countries, life expectancy started to raise by the 19th to 20th centuries. And there are two important discoveries. The first vaccine developed, which was the smallpox vaccine, 1798, and then the process of pasteurization by Louis Pasteur in 1864. Of course, they are not the only discoveries that matter for the augmentation life expectancy, but they clearly mark that the production of scientific knowledge also imply some kind of bigger quality of life, and mainly in avoiding child mortality, which is the main factor for having a life expectancy of only 30 years in the past. We will now discuss try to discuss what we call science and what we call scientific method. As I said, the scientific method resulted in an overwhelming increase in quality of life, as we see today, at least for now, because today we start to see some problems in our planet, mainly climate change and ecological problems, some political problems too, that have a tendency to impact negatively the quality of life. We saw recently a huge inundation that affected almost the whole state of Rio Grande do Sul, with huge economic impact. So this is just an example of what the future may reserve for us. And I believe that science is even more important now to try to control what is happening to our planet. Yes. So that's why I say that science resulted in an increase in quality of life for now. What will happen next depends on us and depends also on how science will contribute to solve these problems. So science is a guide, and the best humanity came up with to navigate through the world around us, or even other worlds. Now we go to Mars, to the moon, etc. We send or either humans or machines. And the other day I see a small joke that says that Mars is the only known planet that's only inhabited by robots, by machines, but our machines that we send there. And now humanity is so going to other worlds. And science is a guide despite many limitations of the human mind. So it's a set of rules that we developed to be capable of understanding the world without falling in pitfalls that our mind creates because of our natural evolution. We are very good at identifying patterns in the nature, and we can very easily confuse different patterns as things that they are not. Another important point is that scientific knowledge is always evolving. Science never has the final truth. Science delivers the best possible truth for the knowledge that we possess at a given moment. And there is always much more unknown to us than is yet known. And each new discovery introduces us to more things that we still don't know and that we would like to discover. And this is what that gives us scientists a job, which is very good. And we can broadly state that science simply is one thing that is derived from facts. Of course, what is a fact? The huge discussion in philosophy of science, how we know the fact, how we interpret the fact. Of the discussion that came out from the first thing that came with the scientific revolution that initiated with the great minds of the 16th, 17th, 18th century, people like Galileo, Copernicus, Kepler, Tycho Brahe, Paracelsus in medicine, Blaise Pascal, Christian Huygens, and many others. The majority of these guys were made astronomical observations like in this picture, because was one of the main contributions of Galileo when he turned this telescope that was used to look places around us in Earth, and he turned to the skies to understand the skies, him and other people. So science is based mainly on observation and interpreting and explaining, trying to explain what we observe. Another important point here. So Galileo represents what we call now the search for empirical evidence for any theory, any knowledge that we may possess. And this empirical evidence must always be, must always have the final word in any dispute about what the world really is. Natural science must be capable of making accurate predictions of the future. So if I throw a ball in the air with a given speed in that direction, I can predict exactly where it will fall. Or I can say that two balls, one of 1 kilo and another one of 10 kilos, if I let them fall from the same height, they will reach the floor at exactly the same time. This is the famous Pisa Tower experiment by Galileo. And feather. Thank you. Is the age before better words. If we let fall a feather in a plumb ball, of course, then will not reach the floor at the same time because we have the air resistance, which acts much more strongly on the feather. But you can see on the YouTube, there is an experiment done in the United States in a very big vacuum chamber where we extract almost all the air. And then they did this experiment with the feather in a big heavy ball, and they fall exactly the same way and reach the floor at the same time. And this prediction was given by Galileo 4 centuries ago, which is and now the question that our discussion, why it is important to define science properly. But there are many reasons. The first one is that science help he gave the backbones necessary for the industrial revolution that came just after the scientific revolution. There are people usually say that there are two different industrial revolutions. The first one starting in 1760 to 1840, and the second one from 1870 to 1914, with some different characteristics, but it mainly represented the introduction of machines that replaced human labor, a change in the type of production, and the second industrial revolution was mainly marked by an even faster production of new knowledge in technical innovations. So in the 19th century, there is also a new scientific revolution, let us say that, with electromagnetic theory, thermodynamics, which was very important to build furnaces in the industry. They studied this a lot, which in the end resulted in new discoveries and new inconsistencies in what they saw and what they predicted. In particular to what we call the black body radiation, which is the light emitted by furnaces in industry. It didn't follow what was predicted by the best theory of the time, which was thermodynamics, and resulted in the need to introduce a new, more developed theory, which is now called quantum mechanics, which started in the beginning of the 20th century. So this new scientific revolution that in some sense lasts until today have resulted in a very different world. So we can have our cell phones. I can have a map that locates me anywhere on the planet. And even these small cell phones, they use quantum mechanics in the transistors, and they use the general theory of relativity to calculate our position, which is required due to the effect of the mass of the Earth that causes a change in the curvature of space-time that changes the time of the arrival of the signals from different satellites. You have to do the calculations with it. So we have the most modern science in our pocket, which is something unthinkable 100 years ago. So there is an acceleration in production of knowledge and industrial development. It, in science, is at the base of all this. So, the advent of industrial revolution resulted in the materialization of what we call modern capitalism. that again started in England and then spread during this, the first industrial revolution and spread to other industrialized nations like continental Europe and the United States. Therefore, science is closely related to the increase in capital and wealth all around the world. And this means social prestige and importance. In a sense, the word science became a synonym of truth, of scientific truth. And when we say today the word, this is a scientific truth, everyone must say amen, because this is that's the importance. That is why people want to be called a scientist and his discipline, his field, be called a scientific field, because this gives a prestige, seal of quality that is much sought by everyone. That's why, and it has a very important social implications also. That's why we scientists must be very careful in defining what is science. And it's not easy if you look at the problem closely. There are many different issues, mainly in soft sciences, but also in hard science. There are some points that are still in discussion today. So it's a field that is can say in continuous development. So there are many disciplines that emerged in the last 2 or 3 centuries, such as sociology, anthropology, political economy, the old name, that each one agreed in some type of methodology to acquire knowledge on different stances of the real world, but without having the same kind of empirical evidence as in natural science. In physics, we can make a laboratory, go there, make some measures, and see if these measures are in accordance with a given theory. We can observe the universe and see if the stars, the galaxies, etc., behave as a given theory. If not, we have to change the theory. It's very clear in physics. There are some surpluses, there are some problems, define precisely etymology of science, but generally things are quite well defined. In other fields, it's more complicated because in sociology, how I will make a sociology laboratory unless we have some kind of alien and I created humanity and use this as a laboratory of alien sociologists. Otherwise, it's not possible. Anthropology is also more complicated. I cannot test my theory, but I have evidence. I have evidence in the real world. So this is how I will develop a theory and in some way see if this theory more or less correctly describes what is there. Because that's, again, the most important point. Science is about the real world. It's not just have a very well-defined methodology to describe the world that gives makes something a science. Otherwise, astrology would be a science. They have a very precise method and they give very precise predictions. But if you seriously compare their predictions with what really happens, then there's a problem. It's not a science. So we must have some way of comparing what I'm saying about the world to what the world really is. That's a difficult point. I don't know enough economy, but if I predict inflation will be 100% next year and it is just 1%, you can say that my prediction doesn't work well. But if I say it's 100% and it is 50, maybe there are some other aspects. So I left this discussion to the economists themselves, but we must compare what happens, what I predict, what I say, to the real world and see if there is some connection, somehow, some way. Each discipline must precisely give its rules to connect what it says to the world. That's the main point. So science is, the meaning of the word science is socially constructed. It's not devoid of disputes. Okay? There's a very simple example of that. For instance, in the Anglo-Saxon world, usually humanities is not science. It's a field of knowledge, an important one, but they don't call this a science. While in continental Europe and most of the rest of the world, they use the word human science. So there are disputes on, and why it is this? There is a dispute because human science doesn't have what we call the experimentation. They put a special accent on this an experimentation in defining science, but it's disputable. So I would read a citation here that says the categories and concepts of the human sciences are intrinsically vague, many-sided, and heterogeneous. Many of the empirical facts on which a forecast might be based, such as the stereotyped responses of particular types of individuals in routine situations, are essentially hermeneutic. They involve interpretations that goes beyond direct observation and are therefore strongly value dependent. Okay, this is a can accept or not this, but yes, they touch something of reality with it. But nevertheless, it is important to stress that predictive power does not often qualify a knowledge domain as scientific. It is not a necessary condition for its social acceptance. So, sociology, for instance, my wife can help me if I say something wrong. Sociology, it's difficult to predict, for instance, if there will be a revolution somewhere. But he can understand the conditions that exist and say, for instance, it is possible, more possible, not possible. He cannot do precise predictions of the future. He can understand the present, the past, and try to point some issues that can be relevant for the future, which is quite different from physics. You must recognize that a given field can still be very important to all of us, even if it doesn't work. So again, another citation. The most constructive response to this challenge to the human science is to accept the reality of social interests and produce knowledge that acknowledges their existence. But it certainly reduces the practical reliability of research results, especially as a foundation for theoretical prediction, which is again the same problem. And also special interacts for the discussion today. We can add that, but even economics cannot be made to look just like physics without cutting it adrift from its empirical foundations in suffering humanity. So trying to imitate physics in some fields can in fact remove is important in the field, but recognize that some scientific domains are can be science, but of a different kind. It will never be the finally complete truth, let's say, exaggerating a bit. But they offer directions that need some choices. I believe in economics, for instance. I can create a theory based on a worldview. Simplifying a bit, I want to help the poor, give money to the poor, have a more, you can say, left-wing oriented perception of the world, and try to produce an economic theory that preserves that. Or I can just believe that everyone in the world is responsible for itself. I don't have to help anyone, and build a theory that we must help the rich. And when you have very rich people, this will result in some money going down to the poor. I don't care for the poor. There are many people like this in the world. There are two types. But you must recognize that my theory has a previous choice, and that this choice is an imposition, is not a scientific truth. And I will side with José Oreiro about the neoclassical people. They say all the time that the choices they made for their theory are scientific truth. They are only choices. Possible choices, but not. But there are other choices we can have. So what? Finally, what is science? So it's, I can say, still a work in progress. Mainly for the soft science, but also for hard science, there are some subtle points that are still discussed. And there is no single, undisputed, broad definition of the word science. It's just a definition of a word that can look at as in a dictionary, but the choice of the definition has very important consequences, and social consequences, economic consequences. So it varies among countries and communities, as expected from a socially constructed concept. I will give this, I consider the most poetic definition one has given is by Richard Feynman. You can see here a famous photo of him that he liked to play bongo. He was a Nobel Prize winner and possibly the most important physicist in the post-war period. He said, there was on this planet an evolution of life to a stage that there were evolved animals which are intelligent. I don't mean just human beings, but animals. We have some previous, the Homo sapiens, there are other hominids. I don't mean just human beings, but animals which can play and which can learn something from experience, like cats. But at this stage, each animal would have to learn from its own experience. They gradually develop. Animal, maybe primates, could learn from experience more rapidly and could even learn from another's experience by watching. Or one could show the other, or he saw what the other one did. So here came a possibility that all might learn it, but the transmission was inefficient and they would die, and maybe the one who learned it died too, before he could pass it to the others. That's the basis of science, what he considered science. Even the US Supreme Court has his own definition of science. Why? Because when people go to give a testimony in a given process, as a scientific expert. And as I say, science is synonym to truth. So we go to court, the guy can define if one goes to prison or not, or if one dies or not. The Americans still have death penalty, or one guy pays money to the other or not. And so we must have a definition. What is a scientific expert? a legal one. So we see again a strong social implication of the definition of science. So this is the definition they gave in 1993 in a case called Daubert versus Merrell, which is a company. Science is not an encyclopedic body of knowledge about the universe. Instead, it represents a process for proposing and refining theoretical explanations about the world that are subject to further testing and refinement. But in order to qualify as scientific knowledge, an inference or assertion must be derived by the scientific method. Proposed testimony must be supported by appropriate validation. That means good grounds based on what is known. In short, the requirement of an expert testimony pertaining to scientific knowledge establishes a standard of evidentiary reliability. So science is reliable and it's based on some kind of validation. So we have some words also. The definition of science require the definition of a few other words, important words. And there are always much discussion, what is validation, what is evidence, how we see something happening and we see there's an evidence. And a more, I can say, humane, modern, and inclusive definition could be, this was given by the Science Council, is an organization in the United Kingdom that gather different scientific organizations. It says, science is the pursuit and application of knowledge and understanding of the natural and social world following a systematic methodology based on evidence. Scientific methodology includes the following: objective observation, measurement and data, possibly, although not necessarily using mathematics as a tool like in social sciences. Evidence, experiment and or observation as benchmarks for testing hypotheses. Induction, reasoning to establish general rules or conclusions drawn from facts or examples. For instance, the sun rises every morning, goes down at the end of the day, every day. So I can conclude that next day it will happen, and next day and next day. It is induction. I generalize a set of observations. If I throw someone through the window and he dies, and I throw a second person from the window and he dies, I can conclude that everyone I throw through the window will die. It's also a scientific induction. Repetition, so I can repeat what my theory predicts. Critical analysis, and verification and testing, critical exposure to scrutiny, peer review and assessment. Well, peer review and assessment means that science is socially produced. We do science not as the mad scientist closed in his laboratory. We do it as a community. A given scientific fact to be accepted, it must be accepted by that community. Not just a single paper that says that eating egg is good or bad, that will constitute a scientific fact. But the acceptance of it is good or bad by the whole health community, that, or at least the majority of it, that makes a scientific fact. And this is the comment of guy about this definition. He says, because science denotes such a very wide range of activities, a definition of it needs to be general. It certainly needs to cover investigation of the social as well as natural worlds. It needs the word systemic and evidence. And it needs to be simple and short. The definition succeeds in all these respects admirably, and I uploaded, therefore, the definition I gave before. But, of course, you can always discuss each point. as I say, is a social construct. Not everyone will necessarily accept it. There are more radical people and other more open-minded. So some important features of the scientific method. Science is a collective endeavor. Science is a public knowledge. Another interrogation, because this is another important point, is all the scientific discoveries are not always revealed publicly, because science means money. And if I know something that someone else doesn't know, I can make perhaps more money than him. Many times I have to pay to have this knowledge. And journals, for example. I can pay to have the paper, or sometimes I have to pay a lot of money to publish the paper. That's another question. That's why I put this interrogation point. Its rules are universal. They should apply in any context, any culture, without prejudice. This is also a delicate point, because, in fact, what it's saying is that there is no Arabic science, or American science, or French science, or Jewish science. It's just science. Because if the rules, they're applied to everyone in the same way, without prejudice. And I believe there are some people today that would not agree with that. And of course, there are other types of knowledge. We have scientific knowledge, there are knowledge of different populations, historical populations, knowledge of the past. But, okay, this can be useful, but it must be tested by science to see if it really works. I can believe that something works. I can give a very simple example. If I pray to win the lottery and believe that it will work, but I can test this. Play to the lottery 100 times and see how many times I win. Probably not much, but there are different types of knowledge and ways to relate to the world. But science has its rules and it's universal. And it deals with the real, the visible, the palpable world. Also important. There's no science of hell or heaven. It's called another thing, it's called religion, not science. And it must be capable to eliminate clearly all pseudoscience and false statements. Many times people that call itself a scientist, but it is not. Another very contentious point. I will give you, of course, my own example of my own definition of what science really is. Science allows you to send a man to the moon, make him walk out there, and bring him back alive and in one piece. This is science. Every time I want to do that, I can send many people in each time, modulo some accident, it will work. So science works when you need it. Computer is science because when I plug and I can use it every day, not one day or over 2 or over 3. Science works when you need it. That's the point. And that's why it gives the industrial revolution. Because when I build a factory, it must work every day the way it was predicted to work. So thank you for your attention. And
thank you so much for your presentation, both of you. And please, there are some questions, comments. Please, Gabriel. Sorry, one moment. Microphone.
Just two questions for both of you. One, something that really bothered me for a long time, still bothers me, is the one in which he said, it doesn't matter the assumptions of the model. You can, and must have very unrealistic assumptions and build the model from those unrealistic assumptions. What is important is that the model helps predict the outcomes. And for me, this was something so strange and so difficult to accept, because if you are not worried about the reality or the capacity of the assumptions to take, to abstract real important things of the reality, you cannot, I think, be able to have a good model. So this is, to what extent in physics, for instance, this kind of way of working in building a model could be accepted. The other thing is that science works when you need it. But what happens when scientific statement works better for some people and not so well for others, in the sense that the impact in terms of power and income are very different, and this produces a systematic bias in the way that economic statement is regarded by the last thing, and here, is it possible to build a science from purely axiomatic principles?
Questions that.
Well, regarding Friedman, his contribution called positive methodology for science, I think that is based on a false assumption that we had a way of solve controversies in economics that is perfect. If we have it, when I am talking about how controversies are solved in economics, I told you that many controversies in economics are not ever solved because precisely economics lacks what Tarcísio emphasizes on his speech, to have a controlled experiment. When the general theory of relativity of Einstein was formulated, a lot of people are skeptic about the theory because it makes no sense to many people, or to common sense, does not make sense. But the theory had a lot of precise predictions that one by one are confirmed by controlled tests, including when men went to the moon. Yes, so forth. So we had, you can make any assumption you want if you had a system of a way to make controlled experiments in which you can say if the hypothesis is correct or not. But this is not the case of economics. And besides that, as a rational man, as a rational scientist, what's the meaning of starting with hypotheses that I know are wrong? For instance, perfect competition. Well, perfect competition is correct for some markets, for instance, for
For primary goods is perfect competition. You have the price that is settled in international markets. So is basically given, the price of soybeans, for instance, is given for each individual soybeans producer in the state of Goiás. That's correct. But perfect competition is not correct and a correct assumption for automobile industries, for electronic industry, for chemical industry, for iron industry, for a lot of other sectors of economic activity. So why I should start with assumptions that I know are wrong if I do not have a system of having a controlled experiment in which I can conclude if the hypothesis is correct or not. So it's for me does not make sense. And what's the second issue, Gabriel? You made two issues, two questions.
The different impact that just have on different groups of people and how assessment or a common shared view about the impact of the policy.
Well, I think that your question can be more general than that. Today, in today's society, we have difficulties to define what are the facts that we're talking about. You see, in public discussions, people want to present their own facts. Come on, you can have your own interpretation, but the facts are the facts, right? But it seems that things like that are no longer a common base for humans to discuss. And without that, there is no possible civilized discussion. So 10%, I believe, 10% of Brazilian population believes that Earth is flat, independent of its political orientation, right or left. 10% of Brazilian population believes Earth is flat. So that's a real problem. And just to finish my answer, of course that economic ideas are not neutral in terms of interests. When you of efficient market hypothesis, what we are really presenting is a thesis about financial liberalization, or the idea that the state do not intervene in financial markets. The intervention is bad. Real business cycle theory, developed in the 80s, said that business cycles is just the rational response of economic agents to technological shocks. So if the government tries to dampen business cycles, the government just makes things worse than if government do not intervene. Of course, this had a lot of interests, a lot of economic interests behind that. And just to finish, here in Brazil, the debate over the Selic rate, our basic interest rate. Last meeting of the Monetary Policy Committee, in which the policy committee was divided, 4 members voted for a reduction of 0.5% of the basic interest rate. Another 4 members voted for just 0.25, and then the president of the Brazilian Central Bank decided for a reduction of 0.25. There is a lot of ideological debate between that. Usually in Brazil, the just reverberates the interest of financial sector. They say that the press say that the 4 members of the Monetary Policy Committee that voted for a reduction of 0.5 was voted because of ideological bias. Well, why not say the same thing about the other 4 that voted for a reduction of 0.25? What is the method that you can use to separate one from another? Because they are more conservative, so they are more serious. It's this way, you know, you are a staff guy, you know, so they are more responsible and they vote for a reduction of just 0.5, and the others that vote for a reduction of 0.5 voted because they are appointed by Lula president. Well, I can say exactly the same for the other members of the Monetary Policy Committee. They voted for a reduction of only 0.25 because they are appointed by the. What is the method of saying why my statement is wrong, the statement of the financial market is right? What is the method? How can I solve this dispute? That's the kind of things that we do deal always in dispute in economics in Brazil. That's it.
I could add a few things. I will start by a question about models. Well, in physics, we love models. Every physicist has built his own model one day. So, but what is a model, at least for us? A model is a simplified version of some piece of the reality, because dealing with everything in physics that there is in the real world can sometimes be very difficult. There's a theory that works, but we have to do very, very complicated calculations or simulations in computers, etc., and have the answer in our lifetime. So we build models that have much a simpler version of the world, but that contains some we dismiss some aspects, but retains those that we are interested. And we must always remember this in any model. And of course, a model, to build this model, I have some assumptions, some previous hypotheses. That must be at least reasonable. Maybe sometimes I cannot prove, but I state that. I have this hypothesis, but we have to test. And if someone proves that this hypothesis is not good, you can throw away a model. That's okay, that's it. At least for us, it works that way. And what we can also do models about zombies. There are a few that does this. I have a very interesting book. But the hypothesis zombies exist. But we, of course, everyone believes that it's just a toy, what we call a toy model, to describe some aspect of reality, which is the transmissions of some kind of disease, which in this case would be the virus that infects the zombies. But in this model, it retains some aspects of reality, which is transmissions of a virus, and we play with that just to see how it evolves and try to grasp some knowledge or to illustrate some knowledge about epidemiological models, for instance. But it's very clear what we are doing there. If I have in economics, you can have a model that we cannot prove the hypothesis, but the models work in some limited situation. But we must know that this model can fail at any time, because since we don't know exactly that what is the validity of this hypothesis, when it is valid or not. We cannot predict when the model will fail. So it's, I would not bet my life on that type of models. It can be, nevertheless, it can be useful. It can more or less explain some aspect of reality, but we must remember that it has its limitations. About if it's possible to have an axiomatic scientific theory. Scientific theories are mainly axiomatic, and everyone here knows one example of that, which is laws of Newton. Everyone studied this sometime in school. The laws of Newton's, there are 3 laws. They are the axioms of classical mechanics. Everything in classical mechanics, which is the mechanics that we use to build buildings and to send them into the moon, are derived from these 3 very simple axioms. So usually every theory in physics, it has its axioms, but those axioms must be somehow tested by reality. So they gave precise predictions. It says if I send a man to the moon in this direction with that speed, it will get there. If he goes the other direction, oops, the axioms are not correct. So we must, verification is indirect in this case. We test the consequences of the axioms. But in fact, the laws of Newton, they can be proved incorrect when you deal with very high speeds, close to the speed of light. And then they must be replaced by what we call the restricted theory of relativity by Einstein. But Newtonian mechanics, classical, are derived from the special theory of relativity or restricted theory of relativity as a particular case valid for small velocities. So they are not invalid, but the theory of relativity just changed the scope of these laws. So also in some, you must also assess, given theory, even I think in economics, I believe, you must sometimes, if a given theory fails, say, no, this theory, it must be restricted to such and such and such situations. That can change with time. Which is quite funny also about Einstein. He, I don't know if everyone knows, is that he does won the Nobel Prize by theory of relativity, because they give the real Nobel Prize only for proved and verified theories. So he won for the theory of Brownian motion, which is also an important paper. And he only won Nobel Prize. But every one of the 4 papers that he published in 1904 merits a Nobel Prize. So he's a very special guy. He's always compared to Newton and Galileo, the 3 greatest physicists of all time. Just to finish, I would like to say that it's a very controversial statement, but science is neutral, but not the scientist. Science, as a construct, as a set of rules, must be neutral if it is science, because it must be universal, at least in an ideal situation. But the scientists are not neutral. Scientists have interests. Scientists love money. Everyone loves money, but everyone is not prepared to do anything for money. That's the difference. And in economics, there are a lot of prestige, power, and money at stake. So this can make the scientists, economic scientists, let's say, to behave in a non-neutral or universal way. Of course. But this is something you must keep in mind. And political implications of economic theories are huge also. That means the power that is what makes the world turn. And there's always a discussion I want to say. People say, no, okay, that's science, not real. I prefer to separate the word science that we discussed here from this a way of knowing, with a set of rules to knowing the real world, and that's made by scientists. That can fail. They can publish fake papers, they can do fake statements, and such as that. We know many examples of that. But the problem is not science. It's the guy that calls himself a scientist. Hope to have answered the question.
You have to finish. I don't know if there are some other questions or comments. No? Or presentations?
In 10 minutes, we will start the next section. Okay, 10 minutes just to go to the bathroom, take some water in 10 minutes. Okay. Reddington.
Good evening.
this special section. Let's get started. The last section today of talk about development macroeconomics. This section have an important issue about the growth of Brazilian economy. Semi-stagnation. Isso this special section is real exchange rate and high interest rates. Question is about Brazilian stagnation. So I would like to introduce Professor from Catholic University of the Rio Grande do Sul. Minas Gerais Federal University. So I
Eu acho o Bini.
as important, Professor. Zero change, Professor Fabrício.
So good evening, everyone. Again, I'm very happy to be here today, and thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to speak in this section. The topic of this session is very interesting. I believe the title already addressed the question about the nature of Brazilian economic stagnation. In my opinion, profit squeeze, real exchange rate overvaluation, and high interest rates are the main cause of Brazil's slow growth. I just would like to highlight in this night the role of the investment rate in this equation. More specifically, my point is the Brazilian economy grows slowly because the investment rate is very small. In other words, you have been unable to stimulate the revival of the investment. So, what can you do to get out of this situation? Promote investment is not something simple. Equally important is promote the scarce investment in the right direction. We must direct investment to sectors that drive structural change and promote the economic growth. But what is actually happening in Brazil today? I just highlight two situations. Investment rate has been falling and remains at minimal levels, and the structural change is moving in the opposite direction, with an increase in the participation of the less technologically intensive sectors. I will not present the data, but this is already a well-established fact. If you know what to do, the next question of interest is, how can you do? I asked from Gabriel in this morning this question, and Gabriel, here is my contribution. Yes, the exchange rate as a political industrial policy, sorry. The exchange rate as an industrial policy. For many here today, this is a well-known topic, but this is not true for many theoretical fields in economics. I'm happy that this theme has reached new space recently. So just for agenda, this is a paper that coming up recently, and after 50 years, I'm very happy to be this theme gain of space and authors. But okay, let's start with theoretical model that guide my reflection. The Basel model has two equations, both depend of the real exchange rate. The first one is a nonlinear equation for investment, and the second one is an equation for external constraint, a lateral. This is a function, positively slope function with respect to exchange rate. So I'm sorry, this is an ugly picture, but this is the theoretical model. This is a model constructed by me, Oreiro, and Professor Frederico Jaime Jr. So, yeah, this is the background model in my mind. So, of course, okay, you have 2 points equilibrium here, the law and the high equilibrium is achieved is when you have a competitive real exchange rate. So wait a minute, I will come back in this equation in a few minutes. Before that, let's just me present how some of this idea, this model, is connected with the current situation of the Brazilian economy. The next picture shows the current situation in Brazil. So we'll stand up here. The investment rate is below the external constraint. In the other words, today you don't have an issue with the external constraints, but the external constraint is still there and can be a problem. So this is the case. Our investment rate is low, and so you don't have a problem with balance of payment now. The situation is the appreciate exchange rate and high interest rate attract capital and relax the external constraint, while at the same time preventing a high investment rate. This set up a cycle of lot growth. So, what are the changes? The first question is how to increase the investment rate, as you can see in this picture. The second one is how to direct investment to more technologically intensive sectors. Yes, not all investment relax the external constraint. So you need to direct investments to more technological sectors. The figure shows this because investment can be directed to the sectors with low technological progress. In this case, investment alone cannot change the long-term growth rate. So the best situation, of course, is this one. We need to induce structural change in the right direction. Because in this case, the increase of investment comes with relation of the external constraint. And thus, you can increase the long-term growth rate. But pay attention, here in this picture, we introduce the real exchange rate. And note the level of the real exchange rate needs to be higher for achieve this situation. So let's go back to the base model. The next steps is to look into more detail at each equation, the specified transmission channel and the empirical gaps. Why? Because there is a vast literature that shows the competitive real exchange rate positively affects the growth rate of developed countries. But doesn't apply to the literature on transmission channels. We need to move in this direction. About the investment equation, the growth rate of investment function, takes the following functional form. It is, again, this is an ugly equation. You have 4 terms here. The first one is the autonomous investment. The second is the rate of capacity utilization. And now you have the third one is the share of profit, and then the real exchange rate. So, what is the meaning of this equation? It's captured the direct effects of the real exchange rate on investment in a nonlinear forms. Real exchange rate depreciation has a positive effect on the competitiveness and the profitability of the tradable goods sectors, stimulating investments in firms that produce exportable goods. Is the first time positive one, alpha 3, né? The second effect is when real exchange rate depreciation has the effect of drop real wages due to decrease demand and increase the cost of the important inputs, include capital goods. So these 2 effects explain why you use a nonlinear form in this equation. We face 2 changes here. This equation specification only considers the direct effects on the income growth rates, but in practice, it's like that income distribution is affected by variation in the real exchange rate level. And of course, I can saw the presentation of Professor Adalmir, né? And Adalmir is correct. Né? This is a complex relation. This opens a new door within this agenda. The second change is about the empirical nature. So, in empirical terms, in the last issue of the Cambridge Journal of Economics, we have this article when we empirically investigate the influence exerted by the real exchange rate on the investment in 81 sectors of the Brazilian manufacturing industry in this period. Of course, I can explain in details this exercise, but just in few words, we test 3 transmission channels: the exporting channel, the cost channel, and the import penetration channel. So, believe me, in this I think is too small, so I told the main result. I don't have the time to explore which result in detail, but as you can see in the table, the exported channel was significant, is the yellow, showing that the exchange rate positively affect investment in Brazilian industrial sectors. Okay, but the skeptics will say, oh, nice, but this will have a significant impact on inflation. So we'll have another article in last issue of the JPKE, Journal of Post-Keynesian Economics, where we of the real exchange rate pass-through on price and in the manufacturing sectors of the Brazilian economy of their period in this time. Let me show the results. As you can see in this table here, few sectors have a pass-through greater than 50%. The vast majority have a pass-through of less than 50%. So this is about the first equation. I need to back to the second equation. This is the standard constraint equation. It is assumed that income elasticity of demand for export and imports is a function of the level of the real exchange rate. In the formal terms, you can see this in this equation. Let me move on because this is a formality. This is just to demonstrate that the equation that I use in the base model is correct, so I will move on. The change is, how can we identify the effects of the real exchange rate on the income elasticities? I will quickly show you, we can illustrate the effects of real exchange rate on the income elasticity of exports in the multi-sector model, like this equation. And this equation means that the mix of the export is composed of K goods, which one specific income elasticity of demand for exports, weight by its share in the total exports. So you can decompose this to see in more detail the effect of the real exchange rate in the common elasticities. So we observed three effects. You can decompose this as follows. Here you have three effects: composition effect, when the real exchange rate changes the share of the goods in the export function; sophistication effect, when a competitive real exchange rate increases the income elasticity of goods produced in the domestic economy, because this change the progress technological embodied in these goods; and diversification effect, when the competitive real exchange rate increases the number of exported goods. But in empirical terms, there is a limited empirical testing of elasticity endogeneity. Most studies focus on examining the ratio between elasticities, and personally, I think this approach doesn't make the channel clear. So we acknowledge certain limitation in our ability to empirical test this relationship, including methodological constraint, data available, in changeless in isolation the effects of specific variables. Our main suggestion is to explore the variate response of individual to exchange rate, like Palazzo and Rapetti did in 2023. But you have indirect test approach. So our strategy is like this. As the effect of a real exchange rate on income elasticities can be summarized as structural change in the correct direction, you can define proxy variables for this change and then test the impact of the real exchange rate on them. So again, you did it. We did this. Yeah. We have this paper on the PSL review. Here we show how real exchange rate impacts different economic sectors, and then economic complexity index. Again, believe me, because I know you can see this number. In the red, you have the coefficients. All the coefficients are statistically significant and has a correct sign. The results show the real exchange rate affect the industrial sector share in the output. This effect is more pronounced in developed countries. So we can see here the real exchange rate can change the share of the industrial sector on the, and this is the one of the effects you can see here in the composition effect, as I said before. The next exercise, you can see the real exchange rate change, the complexity index. So again, you can see this exchange rate can be used to induce the structural change in the direct correction. Another paper in Investigação Econômica, we test the relationship between real exchange rate movement and structural change for Latin American countries in this period you can see in the slide. So the main result is this. Again, the real exchange rate affects the industrial sector sharing the output, and the real exchange rate affects the structural change in the right direction. You can see this in this coefficient highlight in yellow. So, concluding remarks, just two. Real exchange rate has a positive impact on the economic growth of developed countries, and in case of Brazil, the Brazilian Central Bank has been conducting monetary and exchange policies in a way that limits the investment. And thank you to FAPEMIG for giving me support in this project. Thank you.
Just a second, we are trying to solve a problem here. Start. Well, first, I'd like to thank the invitation. It's great to be here, to see friends. The first time that I met with Luis personally, we both are gauchos. Yes, then it's great to be here. Thank you, Luis, for inviting me. Presentation relates with the work that I just finished. I just published a book with two colleagues of mine. The name of the book is Unequal Development and Capitalism, catching up and falling behind the global economy. In the book, we identify conditions for catching up. There are external, internal, two conditions that relate to external and internal questions. In the external questions that are important are the colonial heritage. If a country suffers some kind of aggression from the United States, this kind of aggression can be military, can be political, and can be financial, like the external debt. There are internal conditions. The internal conditions are the existence of a development plan and industrial policy. Some kind of social agreement, different social sector to implement this development plan. There is another important question that is the wage share must be more or less stable. The profit rate cannot fall with the industrialization of the country. Paper relates with this question of the profitability. There is a large literature, like Fabrice just presented to us, about the relationship between exchange rate and industrial policy and exchange rate and economic growth and capital accumulation. Then paper relates with question. Another question that came up about the book and is related to this. How profit rates relates to terms of trade and how profit rates relates with the economic structure of the country. Things that I still planning to work, and I'll do some work in the future. And another important thing about the catching up is that the state and the public enterprise can invest in sectors where the private sector will not invest. And the two things that the two conditions that are related to the internal and external condition is the way that the country, developing country, is inserted, the way that is inserted in the international capitalism. For example, Iran has an insertion that is very different from South Korea. And the last condition is how the dominant domestic class relates with the international class. If there is a relation of subordination, catching up will be very difficult, as is the experience of Latin America. Now, I start working the paper, you see the paper. That's the question of the profit rate. In the classical Marxist tradition that I am working, the profit rate and its determinants, profit share, potential capital productivity, and capacity utilization, plays a key role on capital accumulation. And capital accumulation drives economic growth and drives catching up. In the new developmentalist, also emphasize the role of the profit rate in this process, but in a particular way. New developmentalists look at the effects of the real exchange rate on the profit share. If you have a devaluation of the exchange rate, it opens space for the domestic firms to expand their markup and to rise the profit share and to rise the profit rate and expand capital accumulation. Countries like Latin America and Brazil, they suffer from Dutch disease, which associated with a high interest rate leads to overvalued real exchange rate. It will result in lower profit share, lower profit rate, and lower capital accumulation and premature deindustrialization. Empirical literature, I was using Fabricius papers, have three results. Undervalued real exchange rate is associated with higher output growth. This relationship is observed mainly in developing countries. There is a non-linear relationship between the real exchange rate and economic growth. Look at the more classical marketing tradition. The profit rate depends not only on the profit share, but also depends on the potential capital productivity. What happens here in the classical market? An undervalued exchange rate, you result in higher profit share, but lower potential capital productivity. And the effects on the profit rate is not, I don't know what will be the effect. If you have an overvalued exchange rate, the profit share will be lower, but you have a higher potential capital productivity. Then you have the possibility of a non-linear relationship between real exchange rate and economic growth. That is the result that we found. Some formulas. Here's the profit rate. The profit rate is the ratio between total profits and capital stock. You can decompose the profit rate into three variables: the profit share, potential productivity of capital, and the level of capacity utilization, P, Rho, and U. You can also make a decomposition of the profit share. Make the decomposition of profit share 1 minus nominal wage and nominal labor productivity. If nominal wage grows above labor productivity, the profit share declines. But you can make a further decomposition. You can make the following decomposition. The nominal labor productivity, X, small x, is the GDP deflator, the PX, and the real labor times the real labor productivity, XC. Just make decomposition. Then it's possible to express this equation in terms of the growth rates. Okay. Growth rate of profit share is the growth rate of GDP deflator less the growth rate of nominal wage plus the growth rate of constant labor productivity. Exchange rate depreciation of the exchange rate increased the profit share. Why that? For I am assuming that the deflator suffers a large impact from the transaction goods done in the nominal wage. Okay. Then when we have a change in the exchange rate, or a devaluation of the exchange rate, the GDP deflator, the growth of GDP deflator will be much higher than the growth in the nominal wage. That's, I think it's a reasonable hypothesis. In this case, if you have an exchange rate depreciation, the profit share will increase. An appreciation will reduce the profit share. Why this? This is the effect of tradable goods on prices. We have the decomposition of the potential output. You can write the potential output relative price between the price, the deflator, and the deflator of the capital goods times the real GDP divided by the real capital stock. Okay. Here again, we can express this in terms of growth rates. The growth rate of the output capital ratio, labor capital productivity, if you want. Growth rate of the potential capital productivity is the growth rate of the deflator minus the growth rate of capital goods deflator plus the growth rate of the constant potential output capital. Again here, the tradables would play a role. I'm assuming that have a much higher weight of tradable goods on the capital stock than in the GDP deflator. Okay. Then when you have for example, if the exchange rate depreciation in the exchange rate, you rise the price of the capital goods a much higher faster than the growth rate of the GDP deflator. Both conception, the structural prediction that you should have two exchange rates, one for capital goods, a very valued exchange rate for the important capital goods to be cheaper, and depreciate exchange rate against competition of the goods produced internally. Okay. Now I just put in, then there is ability of a non-linear relationship between the real exchange rate and the profit rate. Why? If you have a undervalued exchange rate, profit share will be higher. But capital, potential productive of capital or the output capital ratio will be low. If you have overvalued exchange rate, the profit share will decline, but the potential output capital ratio will be high. Effects dominate. Depends. I don't have Thanks. Here we have the real exchange rate, deflated by, computed by the central bank. This data is from the real exchange rate I took from the central bank, where they use the IPCA, is the Brazilian Index for Consumer Price. And I just took the average of the period equal to 100. On the other axis is the spot rate. As you can see, there is a non-linear relationship between the real exchange rate and the spot rate in the Brazilian economy. I was thinking for an overvalued and undervalued exchange rate, the spot rate grows. Real exchange rate and the profit share for the Brazilian economy from the last 23 years. You can see, as the new developmentalist says, undervalued real exchange rate, you result in a higher profit share. Here is my explanation. What has happened? We still have undervalued exchange rate that in terms of this graph means higher real exchange rate, more undervalued it is. You can see that for undervalued exchange rate, the GDP deflator grows faster than the average wage on average. Here we have the real exchange rate and the potential capital productivity. You have the opposite result. Okay? For undervalued exchange rate, the potential capital productivity is low. For overvalued exchange rate, the potential capital output is higher on the average. And real exchange rate and the profit rate, it's a kind of format. What's happened as the Brazil devaluate the exchange rate, the GDP deflator grows at lower rate than the capital goods deflator. Here, I have to show you, but here the real exchange rate and the capacity utilization there is a negative correlation. But here you have a problem if it's the real exchange rate that determines capacity utilization, or if it's capacity utilization that determines the real exchange rate. It is an important thing. I'm not saying that the real exchange rate determines the profit rate or the profit rate determines the real rate. I'm just trying to see what are the results. Real exchange rate and the GDP growth rate. In the economy between 2000 and 2023, grow faster when the real exchange rate was overvalued and when the real exchange rate was undervalued. Perhaps, just an explanation, when the real exchange rate is overvalued, you have a wage-led economy. Or wage-led economy, that it implies a different kind of productive structure of the economy, like you see during the golden years from 2003 to 2010. And when the real exchange rate is undervalued, you have a kind of profit-led, export-led growth. And this result is in some way, I have to think a little bit more. I just wrote this paper, I think, and I still trying to figure out the results. But certainly the economic structure in the long term from undervalued and overvalued exchange rate, you have different impacts, will be different. And also raise some questions for the new developmentalist theory to think a little bit more about the paper and the conclusion. The impact of exchange rate on profit rates is complex. It's not simple. The results show a non-linear U-shaped relationship between profit rates and exchange rates. Exchange rate devaluation expand profit share, reduce potential productivity, and there is a negative relation between capacity utilization. There is a non-linear U-shaped association between real exchange rate and GDP growth rate. Then, I would say, an exchange rate devaluation have a multifaceted impact on the profit rates, capital accumulation, and economic growth. I think that you have to think more about this question. Again, I just to start to work not just with the exchange rate, but to put together the price, the terms of trade, to see how the terms of trade and the exchange rate affects the profit rates together when they are together, impacting it may have, looking at the Brazilian experience, looking to the international experience, I agree that undervalued exchange rate has impact on economic growth and capital accumulation. If you look at the experience of many developing Asian countries, you can see that their policy to have undervalued exchange rate is part of the mix of economic policy. But you have to be careful and to look at these questions carefully and to have a better answer of this relationship, and also to have a kind of communication between the heterodox tradition and start to make some bridges. Yes, we have differences, but in the principle are the same, despite our small difference. Want to improve the quality of the life of the people, want democracy, want better jobs, want a better society for everybody, not for a few people. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Well, good night. Well, my speech today for closing the second day of this workshop is getting out of Brazilian new lost decade, diagnosis and some policy proposals. Well, this figure shows the behavior of Brazilian real GDP in index terms from the first quarter of 2014 to the fourth quarter of 2023. The GDP index in the first quarter of 2014 is assumed to be 100 to make the comparison of numbers easily. As we can see from the second quarter of 2014 onwards, the real GDP of the Brazilian economy falls in a continuous and cumulative way, more or less until the end of 2016, when the GDP was more or less 15% lower than its value on the beginning of the period. Then the Brazilian economy starts a very slow recovery, more or less until the last quarter of 2019. But before pandemics, we needed to notice that the real GDP of Brazilian economy did not recover the level of first quarter of 2014. Then we have the pandemic, but we have a V-type reaction, a very deep fall in GDP, but that was followed by a very quickly recover from the pandemics. So in the first quarter of 2021, we have recovered
the level of GDP before the pandemic of 2020, but in the beginning of 2021, we are still lagging behind the GDP level of the first quarter of 2014. Only on the first quarter of 2022, the GDP, Brazilian GDP, returned to the level it has on the first quarter of 2014. This means that it was required 32 quarters for Brazilian real GDP to return to the level of the first quarter of 2014. And more impressive, in the last quarter of 2023, the real GDP was only 4.5% above the level of the first quarter of 2014. So this is our new lost decade. We had almost 10 years of zero growth in average. This is even worse than the first lost decade of the 80s, because in average, our GDP growth between the first quarter of 2014 and the last quarter of 2023 is very near zero. GDP, if you consider that the population grows at 0.6% per year, we have an accumulated loss of GDP per capita that is almost 10%. Well, what are the reasons for the Brazilian new lost decade? First, the macroeconomic constraints. We had two episodes of inflation acceleration between 2014 and 2016. The second one, 2021 to 2022. And as a response for these inflation spikes, we have a very tight monetary policy. After, it's important to notice this, after inflation deceleration, the monetary policy increases the real interest rate after inflation starting to fall. That's important to notice. And of course, we have structural constraints. The first one, low rate, mainly on machines and equipment, and premature deindustrialization. Here we have this graph in blue, we have real short-term interest rate, is the nominal short-term interest rate discounted by the accumulated inflation in the last 20 months. And in orange, we have the inflation rate. So we can see clearly, where is the laser? Where is the laser? In the middle. Oh, here. Okay. So here, starting in more or less the end of 2014, inflation spike. Inflation were more or less 6.5%, and then it increases very quickly to more than 10%. At the middle of 2015, the real exchange rate, because of inflation acceleration, had decreased, but then as inflation is decelerating, the real interest rate is increasing. So basically, the central bank is out of the curve, is behind the curve, as we say in the financial terms. Okay, so the peak of real interest rate was achieved in the beginning of 2017, when the inflation ceased to be a problem, at 10% per year. 10% per year considering that it is a kind of financial investment that is a safe investment, has absolutely no risk. So, but during 2018, 2009, well, we have more or less low inflation, more or less real interest rate. But then after the COVID crisis, the COVID-19 crisis and the Ukraine war, inflation have a new acceleration. Real exchange rate falls to very, very low levels. But again, the same behavior. After inflation started to decelerate, we have a very high increase in short-term interest rates. Well, this graph shows investment as a share of GDP in Brazil, the 12 months moving average from the first quarter of 1997 to the third quarter of 2023. We see that in response to the financial crisis of 2008, Brazil adopted an anti-cyclical policy that was managed to increase the investment rate from 20% of GDP to almost 24% of GDP and remains in this level more or less until 2012. And after that, the investment rate simply collapsed and achieves a very low level of more or less 16.5% of GDP in the beginning of 2017, then starts a little recovery, but now it's more or less in 17%, a level that was much lower than it was in the middles of the 90s. This graph shows the correlation between the real growth rate of investment. Here is basically machines and equipment measured in left axis, and the real growth rate of manufacturing output measured on the right axis from the period of 1997 to 2022. Well, the correlation of this series is 0.81. This means that the growth rate of investment in machines and equipment is strongly correlated with the growth rate of manufacturing output. This means that if manufacturing output is growing slowly, so the also investment in machines and equipment. Well, here I have my theoretical model that can explain the nature of this second lost decade of the Brazilian economy. We have at the center a low growth of investment in machines and equipment. This causes low growth of manufacturing productivity. This low growth of manufacturing productivity produces reduction of price and on-price competitiveness. And this reinforces the low growth of investment in machines and equipment. Here we have a cumulative causation scheme in color or middle terms. But moreover, this cumulative causation mechanism, we have the other problems of the Brazilian economy. Here, the low growth of investment in machines and equipment means low growth of manufacturing output. The low growth of manufacturing output generates premature industrialization, and premature industrialization leads to economic stagnation. But high interest rates causes both the exchange rate overvaluation and the low growth of investment in machines and equipment. But also the Dutch disease act as a source of exchange rate overvaluation that increases the reduction of price competitiveness of manufacturing industry, and all of this put together and sum up, we have the low growth trap of the Brazilian economy. Okay, so here I will show some empirical evidence. This paper published in 2020, and the Paolo Silos Labini Quarterly Review, authored by me, Luciano Manarin D'Agostini, and Paolo Gala, The Industrialization, Economic Complexity, and Exchange Rate Overvaluation, the case of Brazil, is an attempt to measure the effect of exchange rate overvaluation on the industrialization of the Brazilian economy. Basically, the idea is that we separate price and non-price competitiveness. Non-price competitiveness is measured by the Economic Complexity Index of Brazil, that we can see that had a huge reduction from 2005 to 2017. So the Brazilian economy become less and less complex, or less and less sophisticated, which is easily shown on the composition of Brazilian exports. This table shows that from 2008 to 2014, Brazil, that was mainly an export of manufacturing goods, with more than 48% of its exports being manufacturing goods, in 2014 reduced to 36.65%, but primary goods, that was lower than 38%, achieves more than 50% in 2014. I do not have the data for more recent years, but I can assure to you that the things just make worse. Well, now what we've done in the article is to calculate the so-called industrial equilibrium exchange rate. Basically, the industrial equilibrium exchange rate is defined in our model as the real exchange rate that holds the manufacturing share constant through time. So we estimated a dynamic equation for the manufacturing share, and using the estimated equation, we calculated what should be the real interest rate for the manufacturing share to be constant through time. As you can see, it's very interesting, these results, because from 1998 to 2004, the actual and predicted real exchange rate are basically the same. So we do not have an exchange rate overvaluation. But after 2005, real effective exchange rate depreciated, but the industrial equilibrium exchange rate appreciated. The difference between those series is precisely the exchange rate overvaluation, Dutch disease. There are, of course, 5 specifications for the model that we tested, but of the 6 specifications can have some difference, but they all show the same result. And after estimating the industrial equilibrium exchange rate, we made a counterfactual experiment. The counterfactual experiment is, what should be the manufacturing share in Brazilian output if the exchange rate is kept on its industrial equilibrium exchange rate? So here in black line is the real value, the actual value of the manufacturing share, and the other lines are, according to the 6 specifications of the model, what should be the manufacturing share if the exchange rate is maintained at its industrial equilibrium level. We can see there is a difference. So, 2 things that we must conclude. First, yes, exchange rate overvaluation produce the industrialization, but even if we do not have exchange rate overvaluation, the Brazilian economy will deindustrialize anyway. Less, but it will deindustrialize. So, this table, we made the composition, the actor share of manufacturing industry in 2005 falls from 17.32% to 12.44% in 2017, a reduction of almost 5 percentage points. But we can, this share can be decomposed if the real exchange rate was kept at its industrial equilibrium level, the predicted share of manufacturing industry in Brazilian GDP in 2017 will be 14.34%, a reduction of less than 3%. So we can say, based on the model, that 61% of the Brazilian economy is due to a reduction on non-price competitiveness, and more or less 39% of the industrialization is caused by exchange rate overvaluation. Okay, so what does Brazil need to get out of economic stagnation? Basically two great propositions. First one, reindustrialization of the economy with the focus on climate change. I think that, well, there is a joke that, you know, what is the difference between an optimist and a pessimist? The optimists see an opportunity in every problem. The pessimists see a problem in every problem, okay? So that's the difference. So I think that the question of climate change can be an opportunity for of the economy. So for reindustrialize, we need the tax reform to pass in National Congress. I know that at the end of last year, the constitutional amendment the tax reform of the government, but there is still the need to pass the common law that make the tax reform effective. Second, we have the increased public investment in infrastructure. Our investment in infrastructure is very, very low. Third, maintaining a competitive, stable, and sustainable exchange rate in the middle and long term. That's important, because if we commit the same errors of the past and allow the exchange rate to appreciate in order to fight inflation more easily in terms of interest rates, there will be again the same problem. So we must change our exchange rate policy in order to have a competitive, stable, and sustainable exchange rate in the medium and long term. Of course, that in order to have this exchange rate, I think that is fundamental to change the capital mobility of the Brazilian economy. I think that we have to reduce the capital mobility of the Brazilian economy in many degrees. Okay, so if you hear my name to be appointed to the Brazilian Central Bank, you can be sure that my first measure will be to close the capital account of the Brazilian economy in the midnight. It will be my first act as president of the Brazilian Central Bank. Okay, well, sustainable reduction of the interest rate and inflation rate. I am an old supporter of the need of a monetary reform to complete the Plano Real, the real plan. This means do a generalized de-indexation of the Brazilian economy. We had a lot of indexation of prices, wages, contracts, including public debt. We have to finish that, simply to conclude and to eliminate indexation and make our national currency as the only unit of account of the Brazilian economy. Second, change the institutional framework of the inflation targeting regime. I am one of the supporters of the idea to change the institutional arrangement of the of the inflation targeting regime in Brazil, in the sense that we need a higher inflation target. We need to use not the headline inflation, but the core inflation and other. I have a book published about that in 2009. And so I think that is important. Inflation target must be between 4 and 5% per year in the medium and long term. This target now, 3%, is unfeasible, is absolutely impossible for the Brazilian economy to reach 3% of inflation. The only situations, only 3 situations in more than 25 years of inflation targeting that we can reach inflation in term more or less 3%. The first one was in 2006 due to a tremendous exchange rate overvaluation. And in 2 other periods, 2017, I believe, or 2017, 2018, because due a very low level of economic activity and very high unemployment. So it's impossible. Since the inflation targeting regime was implemented in Brazil in 1999, was 6%. If our long-term average of inflation is 6%, what is the sense to have a 3% inflation target? It's simply not. It is impossible. Okay? And last but not least, change the president and the board of directors of the Central Bank of Brazil. Now I have to make a serious statement. This week, that man that is on the head of the Brazilian Central Bank, which is an authority, an institution of the Brazilian state, that if Tarcísio Freitas was elected president, Tarcísio Freitas is the governor of the state of São Paulo. He says to the press that if Tarcísio Freitas was elected president in the election of 2026, he'll be accept to be his finance minister. If I say that as professor in my room, because we are public employees, we cannot take politics inside our classrooms. But the president of the Brazilian Central Bank takes a side, a political side. He's not technical. He's definitely not technical. He must be fired by the National Congress. Thank you very much.
Very strong presentation from Professor Orero. I don't know if we have the time to ask.
15 minutes.
15 minutes. Someone a question?
Very quick question. Always easy to see the equations and see the model how it works in a presentation. But if I got it correctly, you have to think GDP growth. Point of view, it seems much better to have equilibrium with an overvalued currency It's a better income distribution and higher growth of potential productivity, if I understand correctly. And in the case of the model of Fabricio, you have two equilibrium, but one of them with the high exchange rate is much better in terms of economic growth. And the question I put, I don't know if you would be able to answer now, but perhaps the thing is compare the investment functions of the two models to see where policymaker, I would say, in terms of welfare, I guess. Your work shows change, and perhaps the answer to my question.
Thank you, Gabriel, for the question. In fact, you have two equilibriums, low and high equilibrium, and my function of investment, I put the real exchange rate and formalize and analyze in theoretical model, and then I go to the empirical. So I test for Brazil the impact of the real exchange rate in the manufacturing sectors, investment on manufacturing sectors, and can find this result. The Cambio has a nonlinear impact in this function and in the, what I say, the correct direction, because they can change the participation of the high intensive progressive technological sector. So this is a good question, because it's not just the investment, it's the investment and the same time change the external constraint. So you can move to the high equilibrium, and this equilibrium is stable because you don't have a problem with the balancing of payments. So, but you have some reason here, because, and I told you to Adalmir, we need look the transmission channels. We don't have a lot of idea how real exchange rate can affect the economy. Of course, you have some points, but I think this kind of question, because what is the problem with the high equilibrium? Because I don't know what's happening with income distribution. And if you have a bad income distribution, maybe you have a problem in this high equilibrium too. So you need to specify more this transmission channel, but this is a long agenda, so thank you. I don't know if I can answer.
To get your productive equilibrium, perhaps using other measures we could correct.
I think you have two problems here. You don't know exactly how exchange rate can affect income distribution. But when I try to solve this problem, I need to abandon the structural change. I don't have a model when you get structural change and income distribution effects of real exchange rate. So, you know, I work more with structural change, and Adalmir more with income distribution. You need to, he says, a bridge to this approach.
Yes, I agree, Gabriel. You are talking before, and you make some exchange here between us. I read his paper, he read it, then you try to do something together. But in one question, an important question is if these results that I found to Brazil prevails to other countries, if I would find the same kind of result. There is a possibility of the terms, the exchange, terms of exchange are affecting the results. But increase in the terms of exchange is like an increase in productivity. The economy just became more productive because the terms of trade improved. If the terms of trade decline, the productivity goes away. It's fine. It's in the book. They make some news propaganda here. When you look to the oil producer country, you see how the change in terms of trade change labor productivity and capital productivity. It's a direct link between the oil producing countries. Then Brazil is, the terms of trade is important in Latin America and for Brazil. This is a question that I have. Looking to other countries and how it's a result of it's the same nonlinear movement for all countries, or there are some effects of the terms of trade on the results that I got for the Brazilian economy. It is one question that I have to look. And another question, another point is how the economic structure of the country affects the distribution and the profit rate. It's another question. It's an important question to be investigated. That also brings some breach between the Marxian and the heterodox community and the Latin American CEPAL, for example. The CEPAL has this important of the productive structure of the economy and how the productive structure of the economy relates with the profit rate is an important question to answer. And there are a lot of things to think about.
Just a last comment. I know you know, Gabriel, because you write about real exchange rate, but work with real exchange rate is too difficult because you have many contradictory effects. So about the productivity, Adalmir says the productivity of the capital decrease when you have a undervaluation exchange rate. But when you have undervaluation exchange rate, you can change the sector composition, and then the productivity of the economy can increase. So you have many contradiction effects. You need to specify and clear the table because you can see the whole picture if you take just a picture.
So section is end. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for your contribution. Is a question, general question about all steps, but investment, but action. That kind of channel could be aspect. And the other point is about when you present very interesting business question about the influence of exchange rate on the price capital are imported, no? Are the effect where you have the price of machinery that but in the comparison with the wage demand.
I have you rose one important question, is that how the exchange rate affects the financial capital. If you have a overvalued exchange rate, the people, the rich people, the Brazilian, the Brazilian bourgeoisie, you'll be rich everywhere. If you have an undervalued exchange rate, the large Brazilian bourgeoisie will not be so rich. And you have a political dispute about the exchange rate. Because of this, the exchange rate defines how much you will reach in dollars. That is what matters. To be rich, not in real, but to be rich in dollars for somebody that is truly rich. I would be happy enough to be rich in reais. The point that you raise is right. If you have high investment in machinery, you increase labor productivity. As I said in the presentation, but you know, there is a question. If you have a high capital accumulation, you increase labor productivity, but capital productivity tends to decline with a high capital accumulation. The only way that capital productivity will not decline is if the economic growth is very fast, because there is this contradiction between labor productivity and capital productivity as the economic growth. Or Marxian tradition, in the medium to long run, capital productivity tends to decline with high capital accumulation. It is a question that you have to see. I just started to work with this kind of thing. Then I started to think about and try to mix these two kinds of from different perspectives within the heterodox tradition. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Julio, for the question. Look, we in Brazilian waiting for the external capital for a long time, half a century. They not coming. So I know disvaluation, real exchange rate can be a second best policy, but this is the economic policy that we have. So you need to face some trade-off. Now, in this moment, probably you have a big problem because the share in the industry on the PIB, in the GDP, is too low. So now probably you don't have a chance to do the structural change that you need. So I need to think more about, but maybe we need to help some external capital now in the Brazil because the industry we have destroyed what we have. So I think we need to face this trade-off, but as I say, working with real exchange rate is not easy because in political terms is difficult too because change the wage and don't have support to the population, the work. So I don't know, it's difficult to think about, but I think now we need to some look because you don't have a structure, a productive structure good like in the last decade. I have a question to you, Oreiro. If you have one shot, which one? Qual seria?
One chance to do what?
Change this scenario in Brazil. What
One
kind
chance?
of one chance?
One chance. Proclaim myself emperor. Proclaim myself emperor with the Constitution of 1824. I will have full power to do whatever I want.
I'll make my protest. I said to Oreiro already, I agree with him that Brazil must be an emperor, but with one condition, the emperor will be I.
It's enough, you know.
Okay, see
Thank
you
you.
tomorrow.
Já pediu sobre o imperador?